What's crack-a-lackin'? It is your boy Broshmo, just in case you did not know. So back again, once again, with another phenomenal day of college football action. We got essentially a double header as we're going to be doing Illinois taking on Duke, but there's a good slate of games during this afternoon period. Iowa State, Baylor, SMU. So I'm excited for all that. We could always jump to those games if things get out of hand here. But we also will be doing Oklahoma and Michigan later tonight. So be around for that. But let's take a look. We got Philip. How you doing, Philip? Pat in the chat. Yo, what's up, bro? Anyone got favorite bets today? I'm right now going through my parlay, building it, my parlay builder, so to speak. Doing my parlay for the day. Then I'll have some mini bets throughout. But I'm excited for week 2, man. Another day of college football. Life is good. The NFL is back. Memphis later, minus 13.5. Who's Memphis taking on today? Who's Memphis got today? Shoot, you also got Vandy, Virginia Tech tonight. That's going to low-key be probably good. Last year's game in week 1 was really solid. All right, put it in the parlay right now. What's your parlay for the early slate of games? Let's go through them. Early slate of games. I'm not touching Baylor SMU. That looks like a really good game. I'm not touching it. Jay Love, how you doing today, brother? Hopefully you're having a good one. Oh, we got people in the Twitskate chat as well. Normal guy. Hey, how you doing, bro? All right. So for the early slate of games, not touching Baylor SMU. Should be a really good game. I like Iowa State over Iowa. I would bet it down 3.5. I don't like that. This has been a game that's been decided typically by one score. Go ahead, bet that sucker down to 2.5. But I am gonna roll with Iowa State. So we got Iowa State minus 2.5. I mean, we got Gojo's picks of the day down low. Duke now got bet down. So a lot of people are betting Duke. So Illinois bet down to minus 2.5. That's where I like them. I like this Illinois team. I like the Duke team too. Darren Manessa is hella good, man. But I would roll with Illinois minus 2.5. The other one I want to throw in there for the early slate. Man, there isn't another one I really like for the early slate. I mean, you got Texas A&M's a big favorite. I don't want to touch that. Indiana, but it's Kenshaw State. Kenshaw State loves getting blasted. I don't want to play that. Syracuse UConn's a little bit of a toss-up for me because Syracuse I felt like showed a little something last week, but UConn's always a very gutty team there. NC State, Virginia Tech's interesting just because it's close. I like the run game of NC State. Hollywood Smothers at running back? I think I might take them. So we'll go with the early slate. I love Iowa against Sam Houston and Hawaii. Did I say Iowa? Hawaii. All right, we're 4 minutes away from actual action. Oh, let's see what we got going on. Let's go ahead, spread the love. Oh, we got 33 people in the chat. Keep it pushing. Super excited about Oklahoma and Michigan tonight, dude. That's gonna be a fun game. You got Barham. He's out for the first half because of a targeting call. Which is kind of stupid, but it is what it is. If you don't know, in the chat, we do have a poll in the YouTube chat. We got a poll. Who you got today? Iowa. Or who you got today? Excuse me. Illinois. Duke. Philip, Iowa, and Illinois. And what was that third one for the early game? NC State -2.5 over Virginia. Should be a good game. And I like all those are -2.5, means you could get away by winning with the field goal. I really like the running back they got there at NC State, Hollywood Smothers, former Oklahoma recruit. Eric, I'll get to you in a sec. Kirito, that Oklahoma-Michigan game about to have 13 points. You think so? Is the weather supposed to be spotty? And then Eric, he's got a two-part question. Well, one, thoughts on AJ return. Two, are you streaming Georgia Tennessee game? Yes, Georgia. I'm pretty sure we're doing Georgia Tennessee next week. It might be instead of that, LSU Florida. Let's take a look at that slate of games next week. The AJ Lee return. It was fun. I forgot how much her I didn't love her theme song. Light it up. It's just not my cup of tea. So next week we're probably looking at streaming. Yeah, we'll probably do Georgia, Tennessee for the first slate. We'll be back at 4:30 for 4:30 my time, 7:30 Eastern for Florida LSU, but we also have A&M and Notre Dame going at it. So we'll have two games there going on that are pretty high on the totem pole. Oh man, I can't believe Mississippi State's what? They're only a -6.5. Golly, I know Mississippi State. Hey, they're hoping maybe they're a little further in that rebuild than they are. But that Arizona, I know it's at Mississippi State, and it could be close. But I would, dude, Arizona State -6.5, please. AJ Lee return, I thought was fine. It was kind of hard to do a surprise return for her. It was all reported that she's coming back. A lot of people thought it made sense. I think WWE tried its best to kind of divert. Oh, Sam Puck has been talking to Rhea Ripley. Oh no. But it's you knew it was going to be AJ Lee, who's still freaking shredded, by the way. Golly gee. Is West Virginia -180 against Ohio a trap? Yeah, no. Ohio almost did they beat Rutgers last week? Or did they almost beat Rutgers? Yeah, I know. I'd stay away because it sounds like okay, they almost beat Rutgers last week. I'm staying away from that game. I don't know if I trust that West Virginia squad. I'm staying away from that game 100%. That West Virginia team lost a lot of talent last year as well. I'm staying away. Staying away. J Love, we are about to get Xavier Scott masterclass. Real talk. Vanessa should avoid throwing his way. Best Illinois defensive player by a mile. Oh, I don't know. I'm a huge Gabe Backus fan. I like Scott, man, but he's got some athletic limitations that might make him more of a slot player in the NFL. So, yeah, man. Nah, dude, I think I might stay away from that sucker. I say stay away. I'm just a big Akis guy. I love Akis. We'll go over some of the prospects for this game in a sec. Click on the channel. All right. Let's go over the prospects for today's game. Let's start with the Duke prospects. Darren Manessa, quarterback. I like him. He was quarterback 6 for me entering the year. Tulane transfer. Paid a lot of NIL to show up at Duke. Watch out for him. Duke's also got a running back. Goes by the name of Jaquez Moore. Relatively solid. Probably more of a UDFA option. Andrell Anthony is there. Former Michigan and Oklahoma wide receiver. I don't know if he's doing much there, but there, I guess that's a name to keep tabs on. Offensive tackle Brian Parker the second. Don't know if he's a guard or if he's a tackle in the NFL, but he's got that early day 3 buzz for me. On the defensive line, I don't know if he played last week for Duke. Wesley Williams had kind of a quiet day, but had a big year last year. At linebacker, Nick Morris Jr., who's coming off a big injury last year. Again, don't know if he played last week off the top of my head. Chandler Rivers at corner, probably the biggest prospect for Duke. And then, of course, Terry Moore, but he's not playing this game as he rehabs from, was it Achilles or ACL? Torn ACL. Towards ACL in the bowl game against Ole Miss. For Illinois, Matthew Bailey at safety. He's got to watch. Good build at 6'2", 115. Xavier Scott, we kind of already mentioned. I think he's a safety / slot guy in the NFL. You got the Gabe Backus. That's probably my favorite player on Illinois. I'm a big fan of his. Let's see. On the offensive line for Illinois, you got J.C. Davis, former New Mexico. Was it New Mexico? Yeah, New Mexico tackle. He's already got a year under his belt in the Big Ten, played well. Tanner Arkin, the tight end, played really well last week for Illinois. At running back, it's going to be kind of a committee backfield, but Caden Fegan is kind of just insane size at 6'3", 250, great straight line speed. And then, of course, Luke Altmaier, the veteran quarterback there. Kirdo, I'm going to head out, focus on the Texas Tech game, catch you in a few hours for the next stream. All right, Kirdo, you be easy, bud. As action is kicking off, Texas Tech's got Kent State today. Should be an easy one. Oh, dude, did Minnesota score on the kickoff? Already, they're up 7-0. Chandler Morris out there slaying the ball for Virginia, former TCU quarterback. I forgot where he was before. Let's actually take a gander at that. Where were you before, Chandler Morris? He was at Oklahoma. Okay. Because I knew he was like a 4-star recruit. All right, kickoff about to happen for Illinois here. Jay Love says, I like Akis too. Great leverage. You can see the wrestling background. Yep, most definitely. I'm just concerned about the lack of tool set. If his initial power to pull doesn't work, he gets stuck. Just a concern with this power rusher who don't have a great counter. Oh, Jabari Zuniga, former Florida edge player. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could see that, but I think he does such a good job with leverage and power that he can overwhelm. He's definitely a guy that needs his hand in the dirt. That's just my opinion. This should be a good game. Duke versus Illinois. It should be. That's why we're streaming it today. Michigan State fan, how you doing? How you doing today? Is this game bigger than Iowa State? Well, we already did Iowa State earlier with Iowa State versus Kansas State in Dublin. I wanted to do a different team. I'm very excited to watch Duke and Illinois, and we could always flip to the Iowa State game. Watch out. We got Wyatt in the chat, and we got kickoff. Duke's going to get the ball first. It's going to be a touchback. They're going to get the ball at the 25. We're going to see Darren Manessa. I actually hope he has a good game today. Not the most mobile dude. I'm not saying he's like terrible on the ground, but it's definitely his arm, man. He's got a great arm. I liked his 2-lane tape. All right, taking him from shotgun, man in motion. Going to hand it off here. And that's Moore, who's going to pick up about 7 to 8 yards. And the handoff, and there's a flag. More losing yards there, but let's see what the flag is. Face mask defense. Oh, no. Gotta let Gojo up in here. Also, today is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. Football is back. The NFL is back. We had the Thursday and Friday night game, which we'll talk about. We'll talk about that sucker. What transpired there when we get a commercial break. But check out Underdog Fantasy. Download the app and sign up using promo code Broshmo, and they match that first deposit up to $1,000 dues. Oh, more. Watching the Russian lanes close to the left and takes it right for a couple of yards. Should be about 3. Wyatt, your national championship pick got dog walked by a team at home who a lot of people said doesn't have a good line. How does that make you feel? I always figured that was going to be a close game. It was a non-conference game anyway for Clemson. Oh, Moore picking up the first down there. Nice. They're across midfield. They're moving. I don't think Clemson's out of the picture. I think I was definitely impressed with LSU's offensive line. I always figured it was going to be a close game. That's why I bet it down to Clemson minus 2.5, and I kind of went with the home field advantage. They're in mini stinking Death Valley. But nah, Clemson should be fine. I think they're probably going to want to have to come away with South Carolina, the South Carolina game at the end of the year. And I think that's only if they don't win the ACC, but we'll see. Back in October, I went to Chicago for my brother's Navy boot camp graduation. Tried Pizza Hut out there, and it tasted like straight cardboard. Golly, normal. Breezy. Oh, man, Archie looking terrible. Is he looking terrible to start the day? I mean, dude, they got a cupcake team today. What is it? Well, I say cupcake. It's like San Jose State, right? Yeah, not looking good. But Cade looking not good. Okay, Cade didn't look terrible. It's not like he looked horrible. How come nobody is at this Duke game? Well, it's a basketball school. All right, first pass for Manessa, picking up about 5 there. As long as Clemson wins the ACC, they are in. Yeah. I don't know if Clemson can't win the ACC, they have to beat. That means they probably should. They need to beat South Carolina. You got to come away with one of those 2 big games. All right, coming out of the shotgun, 2nd and 4. We're going to get a handoff. No, Manessa keeps it. Picks up the first down. There we go. Do I like baseball? I've been following it a little bit more. I figure that's the second sport I need to get back into because, like, ever since I started doing the channel, it's just been football, 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 and I kind of like lost my passion for other sports to watch other sports. I've been getting back into baseball. I like having it on while I'm doing my evals over the summer. I'm a Miami Marlins, excuse me, Miami Marlins type of guy. Which, hey, they looked all right this year. They stayed in the chase much longer than I anticipated, but they're still a ways away from an actual wild card. Yeah, I went through in the prospect report and the stock report earlier this week about Cade Klubnik's overall performance. All right, we got Manessa rolling out, looking around. He's going to just keep it, probably lose about a yard, running out of bounds, no one to throw to. It's going to lead to like a 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7. Yeah. Hardy, we're going to be doing Oklahoma, Michigan later today. All right, here comes big 3rd down. Can they keep the drive alive? Manessa shotgun. Dropping back. 3-man rush. Manessa's just going to run it and pick up about 4. So it's going to be like a 4th and 4, 4th and 3. Wyatt says a name to look out for, Wadette Williams, safety at Ole Miss. He's always around the ball. It's getting picks for forced fumbles. Interested to see him make the jump from group of 5 to group of power 4. Yeah. No, I did not search for tape for Gummy Johnson. All right, we got a field goal here. First points of the game. Duke on the board. 3-0. The Blue Devils, Illinois will get a chance to respond. Who do you got for the Michigan game? I lean Oklahoma. They're the home team. Barham's going to have to miss the first half. They got a freshman quarterback opposed to Mateer. Venables kind of in a must-win situation, in my opinion. While at Michigan, the kind of general understanding is, yeah, this team they're in the process of building back up. We have a freshman quarterback. Give it some time. Venables has to win, I think, in my opinion. He needs it. No, Norman's always electric. It's going to be electric tonight for that game. Gummy Johnson, absolute speed demon. Might be, man. Might be, but not a guy I will probably check out until the offseason draft process. Oh man, Wyatt out here dropping. Y'all dropping these prospects from like D3. It's like, listen, guys. I say D3, D2, FCS, who knows? I'll check out those guys in the offseason. There's only a couple of FCS guys that I really actually want to get to during this season. But hey, we had NFL football. Dallas Cowboys coming out looking really good. I mean, sure, yeah, they struggled to stop the run as the game went on. It is what it is. But Dak looking great. CD, catch a football. Eagles doing what the Eagles do. But if I'm a Cowboys fan, I'm coming away from that game very encouraged. Xavier Worthy, don't be too hurt. Golly, you saw that. You saw Hollywood Brown get 16 targets last night. At least half of those should have been worthy targets. Freaking Travis Kelce. Freaking the memes last night were great. The memes were hilarious, but come on, Travis. What the heck? Am I taking a look at my fantasy team? Well, throw it in the chat, dude. Bo, that's the former Penn State quarterback? Okay, that's the former Penn State backup who's now at Mizzou. Okay. I thought the name looked familiar, but I kind of glanced and I saw Central Arkansas, and I was like, bro, I ain't checking out Central Arkansas. Oh my gosh, Arch. Now, there have been discussions about the Texas wide receivers struggling to separate. Might be something to look at. Might be something there. Okay, we're going to get a touchback. Illinois is going to get the ball at their 25. Get a chance to look at this Illinois offense. What did I think of Hampton's debut? It was fine. They were certainly more pass heavy. I think 82% of the targets last night went to wide receivers. Quentin Johnston had himself a game, which makes me happy, warms my heart. A guy that I loved back in like the 2023 NFL draft. All right, Altmaier taking it from shotgun. He's going to hand it off. Now, I know about Fegan. I don't really know too much about the other back here for Illinois. He picked up about 5 yards on that gain. Let's get a name for him. Lawfrey? Interesting. Oh, gets it to Beatty on a freaking laser over the middle. And they're out across midfield. Illinois moving. I thought Hampton was fine. I thought he looked solid. Was it like anything crazy? No, but it didn't really need to be. Oh, man. Lafrey almost. Oh, he is tackled in the backfield. It's going to only be a 2-yard loss, but almost was a 4-yard loss. It's going to be 2nd and 12. Jordan Davis was balling versus Dallas, but needs to finish the sacks, man. Yeah. Caden Proctor is a guard. I hate tall guards. So it's like probably, but like for me, I hate tall guards. I can't stand tall guards. It's just not my cup of tea. All right, 2nd and 13 here. Altmaier back in shotgun. He's going to fake the handoff, go over the middle again, but he misses his wide receiver this time. Trying to get it to Dixon. How do you see Chiefs versus Eagles game going next week with the potential worthy injury? I think if the Eagles are able to move the ball, and because let's be honest, the pass rush wasn't great for the Chiefs last night. They can move the football and basically play at their pace. Yeah, I got some worries. It's not like the Eagles defense looked great either. But without Worthy, yeah, that's a little scary. Oh, here comes a sack. That's Anthony with the sack, and that's it. They're going to be punting the football. Oh, no, watch out. Duke out here trying to win. All right, I'll get to your fantasy team in a second. MSU. Inside zone, sure. But I'm just saying my preference, especially when it comes to pass protection, because you could talk run game all day. Okay, whatever. But like, golly, dude, in pass pro, I don't like having a 6'7" guard. That's just not it for me. All right, we're going to get another touchback. So it's a 10-team PPR league. Okay. I try to play in nothing smaller than a 12-team league. So 10 teams should be a pretty solid team. You got Lawrence at QB, CMC Cook. Oh, that's fun. Hopefully CMC doesn't have hopefully the calf issue isn't huge. AJ Brown, lol. AJ Brown will have better days. Nico flexes Evans, Pats D, got Dicker. You got Little from Jacksonville. Benches Hollywood, Dobbins, Hall, Hunter, Smith. We got another handoff to Moore. He gets to the line of scrimmage. White, Stevenson, Godwin. Huh. That's an interesting squad. Did I miss your tight end? Who's your tight end? I ain't gonna lie. I feel like in a 10-team league, that team should be better. Dumps it off to Moore coming off the angle route. They're about to be 2 to 3 yards shy of the first. We got Hardy, second cornerback, massive problem for the Eagles. Yep. Yeah, it is. We didn't have Carter though. That's true. Jalen Carter was gone after play 1, or at least the opening drive. AJ Brown has a lingering hamstring injury. Interesting. Yeah, I saw Landon Dickerson. He got landed on? Oh, Mensa rolling out. He's looking. Oh, wow. Golly. 28 just closed that distance quickly. It's going to be 4th down. We're going to get a punt. Hurts was solid. Yeah, Hurts was solid. Tucker Kraft. Oh, Tucker Kraft's like my favorite guy to draft in fantasy. I think he's just exceptionally solid. You could set it and forget it with him. Any chance the Saints upset the Cardinals? Maybe, but I doubt it. I think the Saints are going to be a really bad team this year. It's a rebuild, man. It's a rebuild. That's what happens. All right, here comes the punt. We're going to get no return. They're going to down it at about the 26-27, Illinois. All right, no harm, no foul. You force Duke into essentially a 3 and out. So, yeah. All right, while we're here, let's do a Scarbud. As Penn State, Florida International, it's still 0-0, man. What are we doing? We're 10 minutes into this game. Get a score. And it looks like they might. Got Texas, San Jose State. They're still tied up at 0. Florida State is up 7-0 on East Texas A&M. Was this formerly Texas A&M Commerce? I can't remember. Iowa State's up 3-0. Let's go. Already hitting the spread. SMU's up 7-0 on Baylor. Indiana's up 7-0 on Kennesaw State. Tech's already up 21-0. Golly, wasn't Morton entering the game with an injury too? Minnesota's up 14-0 on Northwestern State. Hey, Virginia, NC State tied up at 7. Pittsburgh's up 7-0. Syracuse, UConn still 0-0 apiece. Jacksonville State's up 7-0 on Liberty. And there we go. Passing touchdown. Drew Aller to the tight end. Dinkins for a 9-yard tutty. There we go. Actually, we could just leave it there until we get back to the actual game. We got Cameron says, I feel like the issue with the Saints is that they're way too attached to long-term players. They need to retool and get younger. Yeah, I think they're going to start moving in that process. Wyatt, I don't know, man. Rattler actually got starting receivers for how long? And I mean, dude, Chris Olave is a concussion away. Like, that's the thing, man. He had so many concussions, like, over the last couple of years. Can he stay healthy? Rashid Shaheed's coming off an injury from last year. They traded for Vele. You're going to tell me that's your wide receiver 3 and you feel good about it? Stop. Remember that last year he was thrown to. Listen, they might be able to beat the Cardinals. I have no faith in them this season. Oh, Cali Eagles fan, we are eating good. Football is back. Alvin Kamara should be traded. I don't know how his contract looks, so that might be difficult. Yeah, I'm rooting for Kellen Moore, though. I think Brandon Staley as DC was a bad choice. Oh, you want me to rate both your teams? Can we do this at halftime, MSU? Can I rate your fantasy teams at halftime? Just remind me. All right, Omar going back from shotgun, stepping back. Here comes the blitz linebacker. Not a bad throw, just out of the reach of his wide receiver. I believe that's Dixon. Wyatt, what would you? Oh, you're talking about the trade. Talking about a Calvin Ridley trade, possibly. Brandon Staley was solid as a DC. I mean, not with the Chargers. He was solid for a couple of years with the Rams. Goes to the Chargers and looks terrible. And keep in mind, he was also part of the coaching staff, the defensive coaching staff in San Fran last year. Like, I don't know, man. Staley, there's a lot he's got to do to get back into the good graces of, I think, the general NFL community. Omar dropping back on 38, trying to force one into Dixon, but well covered. There's a flag. Mm, that is good coffee. Pass interference. So automatic first down. Illinois getting bailed out on third down. Oh, yeah. He was holding the jersey from the back. You can't do that. You can put your hand on the back. You can't grab inside the jersey like that, inside the pads. Kellen Moore wasn't good with the Chargers either. Yeah, but he was good with the Eagles. Oh, no. Is that a fumble? Is there enough there to say that he had possession? I think it looks close. Then again, in that LSU Clemson game, there was a fumble that I was like, I don't know about that. I don't think he had the ball long enough. However, that looked more like a catch. He took a couple of steps, tried to go on the slant, caught it, turned up field. Yeah, that's a fumble. I mean, he was trying to readjust the position of the football, but I think that came out. I think that's a fumble. Illinois in trouble early. Do Wordle and connections on stream? No. Might do NFL Wordle. Or you got what is it? BDGE. They got their daily trivia. Broshmo, Demario Davis was 35. Nobody got to see what Zach Bond could do. I mean, Demario Davis is kind of fire, dude. I love Demario Davis. What is with these linebackers aging like fine wine? Levante David, Bobby Wagner, Demario Davis. These guys just sticking around and just being good. Um, Okay, let's defend Dennis. Dennis Allen's a really good defensive minded coach, and now he gets to be just a DC in Chicago. I feel very positive about Dennis Allen. Defense was never the problem with New Orleans. And Wyatt, to be fair, I liked Isaiah Foskey. I think that we could generally all agree that Dennis Allen had a pretty bad run as a head coach. Some guys are better coordinators than coaches. That just happens. I used to think that would be true with Arthur Smith, but I think he may have just lost it. We'll see this year with Aaron Rodgers and company, but yeah, some guys are just they're they're better coordinators than head coaches. They deal better with less responsibility. The NFC North is nuts. Yo, Fred Johnson's not a bad player. He's a solid backup in the NFL. Why Rizzy didn't get that job after Sean Payton left? Oh, never know. Because then what? He would be like a CEO type because he was a special teams coach. Yeah, like Fred Johnson, really good, like really solid backup in the NFL. Did they roll? They rolled it incomplete. Okay, it rolled it incomplete. So there was enough juggling going around with him trying to reposition the football. All right, Fegan runs it for about 3 yards. So we're gonna get 3rd and 7. All right, 3rd and long. Down at their own 45 and a half. Duke showing blitz. They got 7 guys on the line of scrimmage. A little bit of mug front. Linebackers fill in and they drop. They drop back. Allmeyer trying to scramble away and he's sacked. That's Vincent. Second. There we go. Second sack of the day. Oh, that's where you mess up when you just put a running back out there to guard the edge. Were they in max protect too? They had the tight end and a running back in pass pro. Then we get a false start by Illinois. Yeah, number 7, Vincent. Maybe I got to watch here. I'm going to pull up. What did he do last week? Which I'm pretty sure it was a cupcake matchup for Duke anyway. But let's see what Vincent did last week, because I'm pretty sure Wesley Williams was the guy I thought was going to be someone to watch out for Duke. All right, where are we at? Where are we at? Oh, no, it's muffed. Illinois picking it up. Oh, no. No, that's a momentum changer. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. No. I can't believe you've done this. All right, let's take a look at the edge players here. Wesley Williams, he had 2 pressures last week. Vincent Anthony only had a sack last week, a pressure and a sack. That was on 52 snaps. Let's see the actual pass rush win rate. Yeah, Vincent didn't have a great win rate last week. Neither did Williams. Golly. Who did they take on last week? That was Elon? They took on X? Yeah, that's a kazoo. It's the turnover kazoo. All right, we got a 2nd and 10 after a no gain from Fegan. Yeah, wasn't Trey Hendrickson coming out in pistol? Play action. Beatty gets it out there. He's down at about the 14. Yeah, he was a part of that. Yeah, Cali Eagles fan just brought it up. He was part of that historic 2017 draft class. What was that? Ryan Ramchak. You had Alvin Kamara and such. Let's pull up that draft class. That was a special draft class for the Saints. As we have 3rd and 6. All right, Altmaier dropping back. Here comes the pressure up front. He's making moves. He's throwing it into the end zone. Oh my gosh, that was such a nice throw. Put it where only the receiver could get it. He might have had a foot in bounds. They're calling it a touchdown. Let's see. That's utterly insane. What a throw by Altmaier. Oh, did the foot come out? Did the foot come up? That's so close. All right, so there you had Marshawn Lattimore, Ryan Ramczyk in the first, Marcus Williams, who was good at this point, and then he goes to Baltimore where injuries just derail his whole career. Alvin Kamara, you had Alex Anzalone, Trey Hendrickson, and then honestly, was it Al-Qaeda Muhammad, who's a solid rotation player in the league right now. Essentially, all those players still in the NFL to some degree with roles. So yeah, pretty darn good draft class. That foot's close. That foot's close. Mucho, no, I'm good. Mucho gracias. Thank you, senorita.
You need more coffee?
I'm good for now. Thank you. So they're calling it down at the 1. So they're saying his foot was down, but the ball never broke the plane of the goal line. Okay. No, side note, Wyatt, dude, if Davenport can stay healthy, Davenport is good when on the field. All right, first and goal at the 1. They're going to hand it off to Fegan. Goes nowhere, dude. Talk about being that big and not being able to, like, move on contact. Not be able to get any sort of forward progress or momentum. All right. So Texas did just put up a touchdown. So we got second and goal. It was an Archman, an 83-yard pass. Golly. Tight end in motion. Handoff again to Fegan. He's in there. That's touchdown. We got a tutty. We got points. How about them Hurricanes, bro? Dude, I thought somehow they would fumble the bag against Notre Dame. The defense looks great. Carson Beck looks like he's going to be solid. I'm loving some Dolphins right now. I'm loving some Dolphins. I'm not sick. I just got allergies, bro. Can a man blow his nose? Ooh. Holder dropped the ball. Might have been a errant snap. But we're doing waffles and bacon today, boys and girls. Let's go. A little bit of the waffles, a little bit of the bacon. I told you Tommy Castellanos was good. He's fun. I didn't say he was bad. He's a fun player. He's a good college player. And honestly, that was my biggest worry. This is why I didn't include Alabama in a lot of my parlays last week. Last year, they were just bad against quarterbacks that can run the football. Fun fact, they're still bad against quarterbacks that can run the football. Let's talk about that throw from Altmaier. Let's go. What a throw. We got the kickoff. Are we going to get a return? No return. It's going to come out to the 25. I don't think anyone needs banned right now. No, yeah. If you see spam, then yeah. All right, Arch gets it out too. Livingstone. Livingstone's a guy that I guess he's a true freshman. Is that what I heard from last week that really showed out? Yeah, no. If you see like spam like prawn bots or oh, here comes a corner blitz. Mensa gets it out there for a first down. The Harvard transfer on the comeback route. All right, first and 10. Manessa in the shotgun, fakes the handoff. 3-man rush. He rolls out, dumps it to the back. You're out. You're out. That's like a 2-yard pickup. It's going to be 2nd and 8. What do you think? What game do you think has more playoff implications? Iowa State, Iowa, or Duke, Illinois? I think Duke, Illinois. Illinois kind of needs to win this before they hit conference play. Because then they got a hairy one against Indiana. But I think for the most part, their strength of schedule in the Big Ten's not crazy. Manessa, slinging it. First down, out around midfield. I would say, and Duke, this could be a big win for Duke. Again, this is a ranked Illinois squad. I don't think either of these teams are winning their conference, but to get into the college football playoff, I think could be huge. Handoff. Nice gain there. Picks up about a 9 yards. Might be even a first down. No, they're going to call it second down. 2nd and 1.5. 10 seconds left in the quarter. They're going to fake hand it off. And out on the little stick route, they're down inside the Illinois 40, and that is your first quarter. Nice drive. Nice drive, man. When they were going up in tempo, they were moving. Let's do a quick scoreboard, and then I'm going to start partaking in this bacon and waffles. All right, we got Penn State. They're up 7-0, but they are also driving against Florida International. We have another touchdown there. Livingstone having himself a day. 2 receptions for 86 yards and 2 touchdowns. They're up 14-0 on San Jose State. Florida State's up 21-0 on East Texas A&M. Iowa State's up 6-0 on Iowa. SMU, they're up 10-0 on Baylor. Indiana, like I said, I didn't want to bet this game because you look at that plus 2.5 and it's tempting for Baylor. Maybe you bet that up to 3.5, but yeah, I didn't want to touch that. Indiana's up 14-0 on Kenshaw. Texas Tech, it's 24-0 against Kent State. They're not even in. They're not even into the second quarter. Speaking of blowouts, Minnesota's up 35-0. Not even the first quarter yet. Not even the end of the first quarter. Dude, we're tied up at 14 apiece. NC State, Virginia. Oh, that might be a game I jump to later on. Pittsburgh's up 7-3 on Central Michigan. Syracuse, they're down 7-0, but it's 4th and 2. Something to look for. It is 14-7. Jacksonville State's up on Liberté. Come to you live from Durham. Yeah, Nintendo Mike. Big game for your Illini. Like people sleep on Duke. Duke was a good team last year, and they got better at quarterback. It's not like they didn't lose much either. MSU fan. We got a lot of SEC action we're gonna be streaming next week. Wyatt says if you want to look at a defense that's basically all draft eligible, look at Florida Monroe. Defense was really solid last year. This year, they are off to a hot start. Okay, I doubt that they have a team full of. Okay, draft eligible. A little different than draftable prospects. Dude, I was kind of hoping for DeAndre Moore to kind of step up and play huge for Texas, but he's kind of been the third fiddle in Austin, man. All right, back at it. Manessa rolling out. Got it. Oh, that was a close one on the sideline. Really tried to fit that sucker in. So, what was that former Harvard kid's name? Barkate? Barkate. Let's go with Barkate. Dude, that's an insane throw. Put it literally where only his man could get it. Golly. I think Michigan State's probably they're like a 6-win team this year, maybe. They go for the handoff, picks up maybe a yard. There's a flag. Oh, they're calling illegal substitution on Illinois, and Bielema is going nuts. All right, it's going to be 2nd and 5 at the Illini 26. And we're going to get a handoff here. Picks up maybe 3. It's going to be a 3rd and 2. That's Shepard with a 3-yard gain. All right. We get another handoff here and a 1st down. And that's Castle. 3rd run back we've seen get a carry here for Duke. Another handoff to Castle. He's met at the line of scrimmage. Maybe gets one, though. It's going to be 2nd and 9. Micah Parsons' preferred destination was Philly. Yeah, probably so he could go back to Dallas once a year. See his mommy. Then again, what? But she was at the Philly game, right? Kids are doing good. Thoughts on RBT? I like RBT. I got to meet him while I was at the Senior Bowl. Really nice guy. I'm in a Dynasty Fantasy League with him. I don't know. I think Micah Parsons going to a contender, regardless, was great. I mean, he's going to be really good for Green Bay. Green Bay, I think, probably becomes the favorites for the NFC at this point. For a defense that felt like it was missing a superstar. They were one superstar away from being elite, and now they got that superstar. All right, don't worry, guys. I'm almost done. Green Bay doesn't have corners. Dude, Nate Hobbs. What do you mean? Nate Hobbs is a dog. They're going to have Javon Bullard in the slot. See what he can do. They like Keyshawn Nixon. I don't love that, but they like him, so we'll see. But it's like, dude, that defense was like a top 10 unit last year, despite not having a real superstar. And you could argue Xavier McKinney, great ball hawk, but still. Handoff. This is more. It's a corner, gets the first down inside the 10-yard line. All right. 1st and goal. Yeah, Bullard had a up and down rookie year. But let's see how it is year 2. Get some more consistency. That's faking one way. Going the... Oh, my gosh! This guy just dropped the touchdown. There's a flag. Oh, buddy. Oh, that's sad. Wide open, tosses out there, dropped. There is a flag. Okay, it was coming back anyway. So there was a ineligible man downfield on Duke and a pass interference, offensive pass interference on Duke. So the touchdown wouldn't have counted anyway. He watched CD Lamb's film Broshmo. Oh, that's funny. We're out here. No, listen, CD Lamb's a great receiver that had a really rough night when it came to catches. He's gonna bounce back. Next to Devontae Wyatt, they got like Carl Brooks. He's a little undersized, but they like him on that interior. I haven't looked at the rest of that roster, or at least I don't know it off the top of my head. That was a good grab. It's gonna be second and goal, but was it Hagen's picked up about 4 or 5? It's gonna be down at the 17, 18-yard line. All right, Manessa dropping back, going to the end zone corner. Not a bad placed ball, a little out of the reach. Might have been looking for a penalty there. Good coverage by Xavier Scott. It's going to be third and goal, and it's a long third and goal. All right, we got a third and goal. Officially from the 18. They might need to call timeout here. Play clock running down. They're calling delay a game, but what? Oh, no. So Illinois taking so long with their subs caused the clock to wind down. Dude, refs can't let that sucker happen. Hi, Livy. I need you to close the door. All right, Manessa rolling out. Ooh, wide open was Barkate, but probably could have been a better placed ball. Was throwing that on the move. Would have put him inside the 10-yard line. Oh, yeah. Barkate's foot was already out of bounds, too. Here comes the field goal for the Duke Blue Devils, and it is good. We got a 6-7 ball game here. All right. Let's take a gander at this Packers defensive interior room. Trying to think if they added any rookies to that defensive interior. Oh, yeah, Nazir Stackhouse. Kobe Wooden, former Auburn player, right? Kobe Wooden. Yeah, Auburn. Golly, why does it feel like he's been in the NFL for ages, but he came out in 2023? They also drafted Warren Brinson who was the teammate of Nazir Stackhouse back at Georgia. Stackhouse being a UDFA. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting interior there for the Packers. I think it'll be fine. All right, guys, let's go ahead and do a scuba. Dude, ain't no way Penn State is still only up 7-0 on Florida International. Florida International, way to go. Showing some of that grit. Texas up 21-0. Arch, man, 3 touchdown passes. Watch out. I actually want to go to the box score of this game. I want to see if they're targeting my boy Carter at all or more. He's got 1 reception for 6 yards. So entries, he's got a 36-yard tutty. Let's go. Guy to watch out. Maybe I've heard good things about Walker Eget for San Jose State, but he's got an interception in that game. Florida State's up 35-0 on East Texas A&M. Iowa State's up 6-3. I believe the over/under there was 41.5, maybe 42.5. Typically, the Iowa State games are good games to take the under in. SMU, they're up 10 on Baylor, 17-7. Indiana's up 14-0 on Kennesaw State. Dude, I thought about taking Kennesaw State. I think it was plus 35.5 or something like that. Because Indiana didn't look great against ODU. ODU, I get it. They pushed South Carolina in the opener last year, but still, Kennesaw State's not a good team. Indiana should be rolling through these guys. Texas Tech's up 31-0 on Kent State. Minnesota's up 42-0 on Western Michigan. Virginia's got the lead. Oh, no. They're up 17-14 on NC State. You're at home, NC State. Show some gumption. Pittsburgh's up 14-3 on Central Michigan. Syracuse is down 7-0 on UConn. Texas A&M's up 7-0 on Utah State. And, of course, Jacksonville State still up 14-7. As we're about to get the kickoff here. A DT just had a 50-yard touchdown for Texas Tech. Oh, gosh, that's hilarious. Please tell me it was Lee Hunter. All right, we're going to do 1st and 10 for Illinois at their own 25. Here, on my it was Skylar Gill Howard, the former Northern Illinois. Another one of those transfers. Here, let's pull that sucker up, man. Let's see the big man roll. He's like 6 foot, 291 or something. Oh, Omar missing a wide open receiver across the middle there. It's going to be 2nd and 10. All right, here comes 2nd and 10. And we're going to get a handoff and a whistle. Arch with another TD pass. Hey, he's what's the word? He's warming up. He's heating up. Oh, come on. I want to see the thick 6. Thick 6 has got to be somewhere on the Twitskay, right? All right, Omar sacked. That's Anthony Jr. and Freeman colliding on them. Oh, guys, latest. Give me the latest. Give me the thick 6, please. And it's going to be a screen on 3rd and 21. Oh my gosh, and they get it. Nice pickup. Where was the D? Very nice. All right. I'm not seeing clips of the thick 6 right now. Oh, well. Is what it is. Oh, handoff to Valentine. He's close to another first down. Probably gain of 9. Could be second and... Oh, no. They gave him the first. Okay. Gain of 11. Let's go. Is Jordan Seaton OT1 in 2027? Yeah, probably. Everything I've heard about him is elite. Had a good game against Georgia Tech. Sounds like he's going to be OT1 next year. 4 TDs and 10 plays. Texas scheduled a bunch of cupcake games at home this year. They're doing a review for targeting? What? Could you imagine a college football red zone stream would be... Dude, I would love that, Miguel. Unfortunately, oh, they're calling it... Oh, okay, that is not targeting. He's trying to make a freaking play. Get out of here, dude. Targeting's out of hand. Now red zone's going to have ads. Why can't someone just come in and sponsor red zone? Have your logo up on the screen, but don't do ads. Hopefully that doesn't kill red zone. Red zone's so nice. That makes me sad. Dude, college football red zone would be freaking out of this world. Here, I'm going to pull up the Twitter machine real quick. See if I could get a... Okay. I should have hit this guy back up. Maybe email them about it. Oh, yeah. Well, no, I think whatever they're doing this year is probably set in stone. Like, okay, we're going to run ads, unfortunately. Hopefully it's not like too detrimental to the product, but so I'm trying to whip together a website by the end of this year, right? Eventually, I want to strap a mock draft simulator, but for the site to be successful, I'm going to have some sort of sponsor ads. And I'm like, you know what? I don't want to ruin the experience of the website. Can't you just like put put like in a side panel, just like a billboard or something. Just have it there. That way, it just does nothing. Doesn't ruin your experience with the website or anything. Like, there's better ways. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see with the red zone. Hopefully, it doesn't diminish the experience. I gotta message this guy later. All right, I'm looking at it right now, Kirito. Oh, what about? Oh, that's nuts. Not only did he get the pressure, the ball was batted back to him. That's hilarious. That's awesome, Kirito. That's awesome. College football is wonderful. Oh, Illinois can't run the football, man. Lafferty, tackled for about 3. Louisville had a bit of a scare against JMU last night. Yeah, JMU's not a bad squad, though. They're going to be in competition for the Sun Belt. That's not a bad squad. Brandon, you were saying, no, for some exec to put together red zone, but for college football. No, that would be great. That would be great. I don't know how the NCAA would feel about that. Oh, pressure coming. Altmaier getting that sucker out there. Good defense by Duke. I believe, was that Chandler Rivers? Yep, Chandler Rivers there with the pass deflection. Excuse me. People sleep on this Sun Belt schools, but might be the top to bottom toughest group of 5 conference. I don't necessarily disagree with that. Mountain West is pretty good. I think the MAC's underrated. They have some of the funnest football of the year. All right, we got trips down low for Illinois. 3rd and 13. Altmaier getting in and out. It's going to be just short. Yep, it's going to be about a yard short. Go for this sucker. Oh, Gojo wanted in. Gotta let the boy in. Numerous ranked upsets over the past 6 to 7 years. Oh, for the Sun Belt. Yo, Sun Belt's fun football, man. It really is. Ooh. Almost had encroachment there. It is 4th and 1. Are they gonna make a call? Looks like there's some disorganization going on. I think they're calling a timeout. Illinois calling a timeout. All right. Yeah, Kirito, that was a sick pick 6. They low-key produce solid NFL talent. Do they? I think they produce talent that gets transferred and then turns into good NFL talent. Let's do something. Let's take a gander here. Sun Belt players in the NFL, because I just can't think of any on top of my head. All right, here we go. All right, 4th and 1. They hand off the fullback. He's stuffed. Oh, but he powers through. Gets it. Nice. Second effort. Gotta love it. Nice selection. Let's see. So you got Nazee Johnson there for the Chiefs. Akeem Davis Gaither, yeah. Give me a really good name, really fun name. Kendall Lamb. Yeah, actually, Kendall Lamb, pretty solid player there. All right, Omar dropping back, going over the middle, wide open. I believe that's Dixon, who's going to be inside the 10, close to the 5, maybe inside the 5. All right, so we got Kendall Lamb, obviously Demario Davis. Isaiah Likely. Okay. Tyler Bass. He just hit IR. Georgia Southern. Young Hoku. I forgot. I didn't know he was Sunbelt, but we're talking kickers here. While we're at Will Lutz. They play action. Altmaier scrambling out. He's just going to toss this sucker away. There is a flag down. Elijah Mitchell, when healthy's good. Oh, yeah, Robert Hunt. How can I forget Robert Hunt? Because he's no longer a Dolphin. That's why. Are they doing... Okay, hold it on the offense. I thought they might be calling a late hit. So we got a hold that's going to drop them a few yards back. Let's see. Trey Hawkinson still stumbling around. I think he's on the practice squad for the Giants. Zach Pascal. Saliveri. Isn't he on IR too? We got Gerald Everett. Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver 3 there for the Cowboys. Handoff here. Gets to about the 9-yard line. That's about the only... Okay. So they got some decent guys in there. Yeah, Kamani Vidal, Frank Gore, but those are depth guys. Oh yeah, Mike. How did I forget about Mike Green this past year? Touchdown SMU. Oof. See, that's why I didn't want to touch that Baylor game. All right, they pass it to Dixon, who's going to go down at about the 9 or 8 yard line. It's going to lead to 3rd and goal. Jake Bates. Is Jake Bates the... Oh, he's a place kicker. Okay. I was thinking of the Commanders tight end, but is that John Bates? Yeah, that is John Bates. Okay. I was like, John Bates was Boise. All right, here comes 3rd and goal. Altmaier dropping back, looking around, going to the corner of the end zone. That's a catch. That's a catch, and that's a touchdown. Cole Rusk. What a pass. I didn't think... I was like, honestly, I was like, that's pretty mighty contested. That's great placement. Wow. Not even bad coverage by the defender there. That was just well thrown. Nice touchdown there. All right, looks like we got some score updates. Matthew. Dude, Virginia's up 24-14. No, NC State, don't go down like that at home. Iowa State's up 13-3. Okay, Kevin Dotson, yeah. I already mentioned Elijah Mitchell. Tracy Walker, is he still in the NFL though? And isn't he facing a suspension if he signs with the team? All right, we're going to get the kickoff here. Duke kind of needs a respond. Going to get no return. Duke's going to start at their own 25. Nick Mullins, get out of here. Texas A&M's only up 10-6. Utah State, they got some gumption. It's going to be my favorite word of the day. Stink, man. The one time I believe in NC State, I'm going to lose my 3-legger. Oh, yeah, Taylor Heineke, ODU. Fake the handoff, Manessa. Oh, wow, he had 3. Oh, my gosh, this is a big game. That's Tyler. Down inside the 20, down at about the 15. Manessa, what a beautiful concept. Because I thought he missed his guy coming across. But I guess they had a high-low read, and he goes high. That's insane. You even had the running back kind of coming out on the going into the flats. And they're going to hand it off to Moore. Hey, man, you were if you get, is that Moore? No, Peyton Jones. My bad. Like, think about it. You just hit the big play. You're going up tempo. Why run? Yeah, Kirito, typically I would avoid that game, but I was just making a quick parlay for the early games. And Virginia, NC State was kind of one I threw in there. Because I really like what Hollywood Smothers did last week. Manessa going to the corner of the end zone. Oh, that was a nice throw. Should have been caught to Hainsley. No, he should have got that. That wasn't too far. That should have been a catch. That was a beautiful throw. What team gets upset this week? Hell if I know, dude. I have to go back and look at the schedule. All right, 3rd and 10. After that big play, just a couple of plays ago, Manessa running around and oh no, the Gay Bacchus with the strip sack. The Gay Bacchus making a big play. Dude, that's huge. What a move. Sees him. He sees him like step into the pocket. So he hits a spin move to come back towards the play and then notices, oh, this guy's coming my way into the flats. Sorry, I'm punching that sucker out. Big, massive takeaway. Huge for the Illini, man. That was scoring position. Oh, that's so disheartening if you're a Duke fan. Ooh, Altmaier had his guy. Would have had been an easy first, just out of his reach. That was to Beatty, so it's going to be 2nd and 10. All right. If we're looking for upsets, like how deep of an upset do we want? If I'm going to call upset, let's see if we can find a good one. I guess you could say Kentucky, Ole Miss, but I think Ole Miss, they're pissed off about last year. I think they're going to win by double scores, double digits. Here comes the pressure. Altmaier behind. I think that was behind Dixon. There are flags. Roughing the passer. Are we serious, boys and girls? And I think that's the second penalty of the day for Chandler Rivers. Oh, they're calling him for a low hit on the quarterback. I don't know what else you can do there, though. I don't know what else you can do there if you're blitzing. Having to get around a big, meaty offensive lineman and you're Chandler Rivers. I don't know what else you can do there. We're gonna get a handoff here. I believe that's Valentine. He's going nowhere. Maybe loses a yard or two. Would you consider Ohio over West Virginia an upset? Oh, that would probably, that's like the one pick I'm looking at like, oh, I could see something fishy going on there. Let's see. I guess Mississippi State, Arizona State, a lot of people are thinking, hey, Mississippi State, maybe they start, maybe they're a year ahead in their rebuild. Get a big win at home versus Arizona State, Big 12 contender. I just don't see it. Oh, good pass there. Gets a first down. That's Beatty picking up about 13. UNLV, would you consider that an upset over UCLA? I mean, those are a couple of the games I would pick out where teams aren't the favorites. So, hey, Fagan tripped up, picks up about 7 there. I've seen Dan Mullen do crazier. I mean, UCLA is only a 1.5 favorite against UNLV. So, and they're coming off being taken advantage of by Utah. So, just saying. All right, 2nd and 3, but it looks like we have the 2-minute timeouts, which is a perfect time to do a scoreboard. At half, Penn State, you're only up 10-0. What the heck? Texas is up 28-7 on San Jose State. Goalie going into half. Florida State's up 49-0 on East Texas A&M. Iowa State's up 13-3 on Iowa. Oh, look at this. They got a ball game up in here. SMU, they're up 3 on Baylor. It's 24-21. Indiana's up 21-6 on Kenshaw. Texas Tech's up 41-0 on Kent State. Minnesota's up 59-0 on Northwestern State. Sorry, I was checking out the stat line here for Lindsay. I imagine the backups are already in. At half, let's look at the box score here. I'll come back to it, but Virginia up 24-14 on NC State. Pittsburgh's up 24-3 on Central Michigan. UConn's up 14-6 on Syracuse. Jacksonville State, they're up 14-7 on Liberty. Texas A&M's up 10-6 on Utah State. They got a big game next week against Notre Dame. Whoops. All right, let's look at this. Hollywood Smothers, 5 for 25. Get this dude more involved. What are we doing here? Apparently, NC State can't stop the run. They got Ben Cleveland over there. Do something. Interesting. I wonder what the turnover game's looking like. No turnovers by either squad, so I guess we're just getting a bunch of 3 and outs. Or short-lived drives by NC State. Let's go to the play-by-play. Touchdown, punt, three and out, 3-and-out punt, and then end of the first half. So they will get the ball to start the second half. They need to score. But yeah, 2 3-and-outs for NC State. Don't love to see it. Yeah, Minnesota, my goodness, dude. Yeah, no, like I'm not gonna bet against Mora and UConn. Like, there's a lot of questions we need to ask about that Syracuse offense and how it's gonna be this year. No, UConn over Syracuse is not an upset. Oh, calm down. UConn had a lot of guys returning. Syracuse lost a lot of people last year. I don't know. Maybe you've heard of Kyle McCord, LaQuint Allen, Rondé Gadsden, Jackson Meeks. You got Trevor Pena is now with Penn State. So that offense lost everything. All right, Fagan getting stopped in the backfield is going to create about a 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5 for Illinois. Big game for Mateer's got to rise his stock. I mean, the thing is with Mateer, it's like you just don't love the mechanics of Mateer. It's like, is he going to come in to the NFL and be Vince Young? So we do have 3rd and 3. Looks like we're getting another timeout for Illinois. They're down to 1 timeout. You're a Power 4 school. You should be able to replenish talent. Okay, not every team's freaking Georgia, Alabama, LSU, Michigan, and Ohio State. Talk about a mid-tier ACC school. Okay, you should be able to replenish talent. Maybe if they got after the transfer portal like Texas Tech did. All right. 3rd and 3. Duke's showing blitz. They're bringing blitz. They brought like 6 or 7. Easy sack. Johnson with the sack. Yeah, they showed blitz and then they confirmed what they showed. I'll just say that. Well, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys on the line. And they rush all 7. Insane. No, Utah didn't do it. Calm down. No, Utah didn't lose a lot of talent. Utah wasn't a good team last year because of the quarterback position. You're not going to tell me, oh, Utah replenished talent. Utah went out to the transfer portal, got a quarterback, and also hired his OC. They retained a lot of talent. Teo Johnson, what is it? Smith Snowden. You got Landon Barden. No, Lander Barden. Spencer Fano. Caleb Lomu. All those guys were there last year. Utah, stop. Just stop. Oh, they replenished. No, they brought back a lot of guys. Who did they lose last year? Who did they lose? Just stop, Utah. Utah replenished talent. No, Utah had talent. Stop. Yeah, Texas Tech, they spent a lot in the transfer portal. I mean, they brought in like the tippity top. Hey, Matthew Gilliam with the score update here. Appreciate it, brother. Oh, here comes the pressure. Manessa gets it out wisely. Feels it, gets it out of there. Cam Rising's been hurt the last 2 years. We've been seeing Isaiah Wilson, Zach Wilson's brother, off and on. They had Nate Johnson there. I'm sorry. Utah didn't lose talent. Just stop. They replenished with one player. Stop. Get out of here. I just named all these players. Stinking Syracuse lost. And you're like, Utah replenished. They did it. I mean, sure, it's only one player, but they did it. Stop. You're embarrassing yourself. What up, skater boy? Of course, White, I'm being a little flamboyant. I say flamboyant. Is that the word I'm looking for? Oh, Manessa going deep. A little out of the reach of his wide receiver. Good coverage down the field. I believe that was Xavier Scott going stride for stride. I'm not even out here trying to give Syracuse the benefit of the doubt. But they lost literally their whole offense. They lost their best offensive lineman also in spring camp to an ACL injury. So, oh, Mensa going deep. Oh, he throws it out of the reach of his receiver, Barkate. But golly, he put the arm on display. Just chucked that sucker downfield. When Miami brings in Beck, they reloaded. Who said that? Who said that? They lost Cam Ward, so they went out and got a replacement. Who said they reloaded? What they did do? They went out, got a good, hopefully a good defensive-minded coach. Trying to address this defense. Oh, they bring in the blitz, but it's a screen to Moore. He's going to be close to the first. He's past the first. Good gain there from Moore. Skylar Gil Howard has more yards than the Kent State offense. That's hilarious. Like, who said Miami reloaded? What? You're pulling that from the ether of something no one said? I have a feeling that Haynes, Justice, and Bryce Wood hurts Oklahoma tonight. Oh, Justice Haynes. Maybe, but I mean that's a Brent Venables defense. Brent Venables. Golly. That's a good defense. So I think it might end up being more low scoring than you think. I think it might be more of a defensive game than what you think. Does bringing in another top transfer QB not count as reloading after losing Cam Ward? I mean, reloading sounds like you're putting in a full clip. That's just one piece of the puzzle. They went out and got Carson Beck because they lost Cam Ward. I mean, they go and add CJ Daniels, who had a sick touchdown, by the way, sick touchdown catch. But they also lost Isaiah Horton to Alabama. To Alabama? Is that where he went? Yeah, I think Isaiah Horton went to Alabama. Nate referencing the Avril Lavigne song. All right, here we go. We got 1st and 10. Illinois bringing a little bit of extra pressure. Beautiful throw. Gets it to Andrell Anthony. We have a sight in. Former Michigan and Oklahoma wide receiver. Yeah, that Oklahoma defense has a lot of good players, though. Like, okay, who are they down specifically? All right, 30 seconds. They're inside the 20, dumping it to Anthony across the middle. Makes a guy miss, but he trips and stumbles. Did I say inside the 10? No, I think I said inside the 20, but now he's down at about the 15. Oklahoma v. Michigan. Out. Who is injury report? Yeah. Well, why don't I just go to the injury report? So Rod Moore still out. He didn't play last week. He's still coming back from the ACL. I know that. Can I get a full injury report, please? Blah blah blah. Odd. I know they're bringing back slowly because of the shoulder, but I don't see a legit injury report from the quick little surveillance that I did. Nissa dropping back, gets it out to Higgins. It's gonna be like 3rd and 3, maybe. Miami brings in the #1 transfer class in the ACC, but they didn't reload talent. Get out of here. Did they bring in the #1 transfer? Dude, who did they add? Mensa rolling. Oh, that's going to be contested. What a catch by Anthony, but he's out of bounds. It's going to be 3rd and 4. They're probably going to just go for the field goal here. Oh, there's a flag in the backfield. Uh-oh. Roughing the passer. No. All right, let's see. Miami transfer class. Keontae Scott from Auburn, he was at Houston last year, I guess, who did a whole lot of nothing. Muhammad Toure, linebacker out of Rutgers, he's pretty solid, but he was coming off a year that he missed. Oh, Bert Auburn, kicker from Texas. Get out of here. James Brockmeyer playing center, formerly at TCU. Oh yeah, I forgot Xavier Lucas because he kind of signed. So, ooh, what a place ball, but I don't think he got a foot down. Oh, they ruled a touchdown. Oh, dude, Meneses put it on a show, bro. Yo, let's go to the replay. That's close. Oh my gosh, that is an insane. Did he have possession? That's insane that he had that foot down. Oh, I don't know if he had possession. That's so close. I mean, the foot's down. There's the catch. And I think he's just going to secure it. No, I think he has it in his right hand and he's just bringing it down to secure it. I think that's a touchdown. Yeah, I forgot we got Xavier Lucas, but that was like last September. Because then you had the whole controversy, like, oh, they're out here plundering while they're still on the team. They're out here plundering guys while they're still on their team. Talking about transfer class. That's so light as hell. Yeah, Bert Auburn. He transferred apparently to Miami. I didn't even realize he was kicking field goals for us. Did their defense win them a game? You know who won them a game? A guy that they recruited and brought in. I don't know if you've heard him, Ruben Bain. A matter of fact, a guy that they transferred for 3 years ago. Akeem Mezidor also had himself a game. So don't tell me it was the transfers from last year. That's just nonsense. That's just a lie. That's just trying to win an argument. But you ain't got nothing trying to, did they win because of what they transferred? No, they brought in a new defensive coaching staff. And the studs that they had for the last 2 years came out and produced. Miss me with your nonsense. They go for the field. They go for the point after. Go for the 2 point. Tie this game up at half. I think the best unranked game today. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Nate. 100%. Missouri, Kansas. That's going to be a fun game. Transfers are the best way to replenish talent, is it not? Who do they have on the starting lineup of Miami that's a transfer outside of probably Xavier Lucas? Let's go freaking look. At their starting lineup right now. Oh, that's funny. Xavier Lucas ain't even a starter. So you got a pair of safeties. You got Teray. So we got 3 starters there. We could count the nickel and Keontae Scott. I think Scott had a good game last week too. So we got like 4. Oh, side note, Malachi Tooney, the freshman, looked hella good. Oh, yeah, Shamar Brown, yeah. Yeah, we're going to do the Michigan-Oklahoma game a little bit later. Why are we talking about Miami? That was not even – we were talking about Utah, right? Oh, Utah. They replenished. They went out replenished. Why are we talking about Miami? This was all about Syracuse. Oh, they're a power 4 team. They should be able to replenish easy. Side note, touchdown, NC State. Let's go. They're back in this. Golly. Come on. Come on, NC State. Yeah, CJ Daniels made the catch of the week. He also did nothing for LSU, so. This whole argument was like, oh, Syracuse should have been able to replenish easily. And you're talking about Miami. You're talking about like a top-tier ACC team with one of the best recruiters in Mario Cristobal. We're talking about Syracuse, who is a mid-ACC team at best, coming off a good year in the second year of Fran Brown. That's the discussion. Okay, Rod Moore won't be active tonight. I figured he wouldn't. I can't wait till he hits the field again, man. That's a really good player that's been devastated by injuries. Duke brought in guys, and now they down 1 to a top school. Yeah. Yeah, not every team could win the transfer portal. That's just not how it works. Duke is lower than mid-tier. They were like a 9-3 team last year. Calm down. And they spent a lot of money to get Darren Manessa there. Darren Manessa getting all that money was a reason why Nico left Tennessee. There's a big difference. They spent all that money to get Darren Manessa, and it literally led to Nico leaving Tennessee. Yeah, no, we're streaming Michigan, Oklahoma. Not doing Missouri, Kansas. Yeah, it's halftime. Throw in your fantasy team. I'll rate it. Clemson, Georgia Tech could be really fun next week. Hopefully, Clemson will have. Oh, Gojo's asleep. He's out here going. Roop, roop, roop. Hopefully, Antonio Williams will be back healthy. He's not going to play today against Troy. Where's the people in the stands? How does that matter? Do the people in the stands play football? Are they on the team? Are they on the field? Like, what is your argument here? Then where's the people in the stands? What sense does that make? If they're good, people should show up. Dude, they were 9-3 last year. If they were good, there would be people in the stands. If they were good, their record would be good. What kind of stupid argument is that? If they were good, then they have fans. Like, no, if they were good, their record would reflect that they were good. They ended, and I believe they ended the year 9-4 because they lost to Ole Miss in the bowl game. You don't feel like typing it again? I said I would go over it at halftime. If you want to type it again, hey, man, that's on you, dude. I ain't scrolling back through the comments to find your fantasy team. Broshmo going off for rare sight. See, I ain't going off. I'm just being entertaining. I'm just being entertaining. I'm just taking it from 7 to 11. Hopefully you got your free slushy. I'm not going off. I'm not hot. I'm not heated. I'm just making my argument with a little pizzazz. We don't talk politics here. If you're familiar with the channel, then you probably already know what my politics are. Beating Wake Forest by 6 is a good team. Beating Florida State last year by 6 is a good. Dude, they were 9-4. I don't know what more to tell you. Are you saying, conference teams don't play each other well? NC State was pretty solid last year as well. Why are you comparing Duke to Clemson, who won the ACC last year? I just said these are mid-tier ACC teams. You're the one that said, oh, they're lower than mid. No, lower than mid would be your Boston Colleges and Wake Forest. I already looked at next week's schedule. We know we're doing Georgia, Tennessee, and then we're doing LSU, Florida next week. Dude, do you think SMU was a good team last year? How about that? Wyatt, do you think SMU was a good team last year? Riddle me that, Wyatt. Was SMU a good team last year? If Clemson goes 9-4, are they a good team? Yes. Going 9-4, you are a good team. Are you a great team? No, because then you're probably not making the college football playoff at 9-4. We'll do a scoreboard in a sec. SMU was a product of a bad ACC. Dude, I'm saying, yeah, no, the record reflects typically how good a team is. Schedule matters, of course. But Duke was one of the better teams in the ACC last year. If you view the ACC as having a down year last year, they were still one of the better teams in the ACC. They were a good team. You thought South Carolina should have made it? I thought they probably should have been in over maybe a Bama, but I mean, you had the head-to-head loss to Bama, but I think they were a better team than Bama at the end of the year. But you couldn't put South Carolina ahead of SMU. They just played and lost their conference championship game. If you're South Carolina, go win your conference. Go play in the conference game. A decent team in a bad conference doesn't make them a good team. Well, that's your opinion then, I guess. Duke was a good team last year. They went 9-4. Jaden Ott's out tonight. Okay, I thought he might. He didn't really play last week anyway. Here, you know what? Let's bring up a good example. What was Vandy a good team last year? Was Vanderbilt a good team last year? Was Vandy a good team last season in 2024? Were they? Let's make that a litmus test. Was Vandy a good team last year? Any big upsets you want to happen today with unranked schools? None that I really saw. Matter of fact, was Minnesota a good team last year? Let's take some of these mid-tier SEC and Big Ten schools. Let's go Knowles. Yeah, they're beating up on a bad squad. Well, for one, the way everything was set up, your Power 4 conference champions get in. So doesn't matter. Clemson or SMU, we're going to get in there regardless of whatever South Carolina did. South Carolina beat Clemson in the season finale, right? Yeah, by 3. I couldn't remember. It was Clemson won the SMU that got him in. They got rid of the auto buys this year in the playoff, but still you're going to get a group of 5 conference winner gets an auto bid. The Power 4 conference winners get an auto bid, and then from there it's like the best of the rest. But the seeding will be based on like the polls. So, like, let's say, like Tulane. Tulane, I think, is probably one of the best bets to get in from the group of 5. Let's say they end up ranked 19 at the end of the year. They will be the 12th seed regardless. Who played in a tougher schedule, beat a team that beat SMU, but South Carolina is not in, and SMU is. SMU only ended up having, what, 2 losses during the whole season? Yeah, what? They ended up being 11-2, losing to Clemson in a close one. Where was their other loss at? No, BYU, who was making a bid for the Big 12 championship. South Carolina had good losses last year, though. LSU, they shouldn't have lost, but hey, refs kind of suck. Alabama was close. Who was their other loss to last year? Oh, it was Ole Miss, and they got routed. Yeah, Ole Miss was in it too. Yeah. See, that's tough because SMU's wins came, one against the ACC champion, and then 2 BYU. They were in the run-in for the Big 12 right there at the end. They just ended up losing on a tiebreaker to get in. Wasn't it like a 4-way tiebreaker to end the year too? It was like Colorado and then ASU and Iowa State ended up making it. So good losses. Ole Miss, they end up missing the playoff. So you could kind of rank that as like a BYU type loss. But then that Bama's kind of a BYU level type loss. And I guess it helps that both of those games were close. South Carolina got manhandled at home by Ole Miss. So, wasn't that the game? Sellers wasn't out that game. No, he wasn't out that game. Okay. But yeah, no, it's hard to argue them in. So strength of schedule not matter anymore in this case. I think it still matters, but I mean SMU, like, essentially, because this is the criteria the college football playoff put. They weren't going to count losses in the conference championship games against those teams. So they were just looking at it like, okay, this is 11-1 SMU opposed to 9-3 South Carolina. If this was 10-2 SMU, then okay, I think you can make a case that South Carolina should be ahead of SMU. But since SMU ended the year with just 1 loss, no, I don't think South Carolina has a justification having 2 more losses to be put ahead of SMU. They're both Power 4 schools. And again, that's the criteria the College Football Committee put out. We're not gonna fault teams who made it to the conference championship game and lost. So we're not going to hold that against them. We're not going to hold it against them that they made it to the conference championship game. So SMU's best win, probably Louisville. Oh, dude, you just bought the draft guide? Let me get you hooked up then. I don't see a payment for it yet, but the minute I see it up in here, Joel, I'll get you hooked up. Matter of fact, let's do a little quick promo to the draft guide. And then we'll get back into this discussion from the college football playoff. As a matter of fact, there it is. So I'll get you hooked up. while I run this promo for the draft guide.
We love the NFL draft, and now my draft guide is available for purchase. It comes with over 500 player backgrounds and close to 300 player evals. It updates throughout the whole draft cycle. So when I add a new eval or I change my rankings, you're going to be the first to know. It's going to have all the pro day and combine numbers along with analytics. And it's a Google spreadsheet for right now. So you have to include your email with the purchase, but we will be switching over to a website at the end of the year. And if you get it now, it's going to be cheaper now than it will be later. It's a great way to support the channel. And as always, much appreciated, much obliged.
All right, let me know if you got that. I just hooked you up. Oh. All right, Joel, let me know if you got it. Let me know if you got it. So, Wyatt, your argument is like, well, since they play in the ACC, then, that's on them. Like South Carolina, outside of like Clemson, what was their out? You know what? It doesn't even matter. I sent a request. Okay, I do see that you sent a request. All right. I got you. All right, that should be now available to you. I'm going to take away access from the other email you sent. Like, bro, so this was, you could complain about, they play in the ACC. Listen, either they're a Power 4 conference or they're not. They have to play their conference games. SMU, end the year, 1 loss, 11-1. Play for the conference championship game. South Carolina, 9-3. Just because you think the SEC is that much better, which, by the way, SEC, no representation in the national championship. Just going to throw that out there. Just because you think the SEC is better, I don't think that equals 2 less losses. If this was 10-2 South Carolina, sure, let's have the conversation. 9-3, 11-1. Sorry, not sorry. It's not how it works. Either they're a Power 4 conference or they're not. The SEC so mad about it, they can have their own college football playoff. On a side note, Joel, thank you for your support, dude. I appreciate that. All right, before we get into the second half, let's do a scubbud. As Penn State, they were up 20-0 on Florida International. Texas is up 28-7 on San Jose State. Oh man, Florida State just look at this. Deuce Robinson, 5 receptions, 173 yards. Have yourself a day. 63-0. Iowa State, they're up 3 going into half, 13-10 on Iowa. SMU's up 24-21 on Baylor. Indiana's up 28-9 on Kenshaw State. Texas Tech is up 48-0 on Kent State. Minnesota's up 66-0 on Northwestern State. Oh, we got a game here, boys and girls. Dude, look at this. 15 carries for 148 yards. Heck yeah. But Virginia's up 31-28. Pittsburgh's up 24-10 on Central Michigan. UConn's up 17-6 on Syracuse. Jacksonville State, this game get delayed or something. It's 14-7, but it's been in the second quarter for a hot minute. Texas A&M, they're up 24-6 on Utah State. Wake Forest and Western Michigan, game is delayed. I want to know, is Damon Claiborne playing or not? But now Illinois, they're starting at their own 25. We get a handoff. Picks up about 3. It's going to be 2nd and 7. Do you go to many football games? Not really. I view everything on the telly. If I'm going to stream games, I can't really be at the game for that. You think you will have other, or are you all set? I don't know what that means. MSU fan. Oh, oh my gosh. Lawfrey. Big negative play. That's going to take them to like 3rd and 11. Other kids? We haven't decided yet. And then Wyatt, Missouri could have been in or Ole Miss. I'm just saying there was better representation else, and I thought the point was the best teams were supposed to get in, and they gave teams that couldn't be ranked people. This is the thing. If you want to just put in the best teams, don't even play the season. Don't even play the season. How you play the season and your record should matter. Sorry, not sorry. It sucks. The SEC, it's a bloodbath. You know what's also a bloodbath? The Big 12. You don't see them complaining about only getting one team in. You have to play the games. I'm sorry. If your record isn't there, by the way, 3 and out by Illinois, you got to play the game. The games in the season should matter. It shouldn't be, oh, well, you know what? I feel this team is better. If that's the case, just make your 12 at the beginning of the year. That way everyone's healthy. Don't even play the season. Another muff punt. This time Duke's able to fall on it. The Big 12, dude, the Big 12? The Big 12, Arizona State almost took out Texas last year. They're not nearly as far off as you think. Am I saying they're equal? No. How is Iowa this good, bro? They got a better quarterback. Did Iowa just score? Is Duke better than Iowa State? I would take Iowa State over Duke. I think Iowa State's a good squad. Everyone almost took out Texas last year, but they didn't. Like, bro, I mean, they were in the SEC championship game. Everyone almost took out Texas last year. Cool. They were vying for the SEC championship game. So are we saying like, okay, well, Texas isn't that good, so the rest of the SEC is not that good either. The results and the outcomes matter. The season matters. I'm not going to argue. Like, if you don't want to have a season, fine. The goal should be the best team should get in. Yeah, the goal should also be, hey, go in and win games. How about you go and win games? NFL, hey, I think this team's better, but hey, they win the tiebreaker, they make the wild card. Like, dude, just play the freaking games. How about that? Go and win games. Win games so you don't have to complain about not getting in. I'm done with this SEC bias. After Florida State goes undefeated, wins their conference championship game, and you're not going to put them in the playoff. Instead, you're going to put Alabama. Trash. That was trash. I'm done with this SEC bias. When was the last time they won a national championship? No, Big Ten's been whooping them. Sorry, not sorry, SEC. Put on your grown-up pants and go win games. All right, big 36-yard pickup by Illinois. 2 years is Wampin. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, SEC. You haven't won a national championship in 2 years and you're crying about how many teams you get in. Oh, but we're so much tougher. Oh, boo-hoo. Woo, 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 woo. We should be held to a different standard than everybody else. How about this? You just win games. You win games and you make the playoffs. That way you don't have to complain. And then when you get to the playoffs, you just win more games. When was the last time the ACC won anything? Oh, I'm sorry. Florida State went undefeated. They were so much more deserving than Alabama. If you want to make a case that Alabama was more deserving than Florida State, then be my guest. You're basically fall into the camp of why do we play that? Why do we play this season? Just pick your favorite teams that you think are the best at the beginning of the year, and let's have the playoff then. If you want to be in that camp of, hey, I don't want a college football season anymore, have at it. Another pass. Ooh, nice pass by Altmaier, but this boy, I think was it Beatty or Dixon just got rocked from behind. It's quality of opponent. How quality of opponent was Alabama last year? You're going to tell me Alabama was a good win last year for teams? Because they were. Quality of opponent. Listen, if you're put in a conference, you win the conference, and it's considered a Power 4 conference. I'm sorry, you're an undefeated ACC champion shouldn't be not included in the college football playoff. That's ridiculous. The Jordan Travis injury should have been irrelevant. We're going to pretend that there's not 21 other starters on that team. All right. So Illinois is moving. They're in the red zone. They just get a handoff. Down at about the 16. The Big 12 is closer to the Mountain West than the ACC. That's a ridiculous take. I would say an argument is to be made that the Big 12 is better than the ACC. Wyatt, I said Power 4 schools. Why are you bringing up Army? What relevance does Army have in this discussion? No, I think the Big 12 is closer to the SEC than the Mountain West. That's kind of a ludicrous point. There was like only one very good team from the Mountain West last year. All right, we got 39 from the Duke, 16. Altmaier in shotgun. And they get it out to, is that Beatty again? He's going to be close to the first down. I don't know if he got it. Yeah, they're going to mark him a yard short. The UNLV disrespect on this show as well. Yeah, UNLV was a good team last year. I forgot about them. I'm sorry. Boise State was too busy beating them twice. It was easy to forget about them. Buddy, we're talking about Power 4. I have acknowledged there is a difference between the Power 4 and the Group of 5. So whatever whatever example you're trying to make, oh, Army should have been in over SMU because they won their conference. I have already said, hey, there is a difference between the Power 4 schools and the Group of 5. Me personally, I think the Group of 5 should have their own playoff. Treat it like the FCS. Group of 5 has their playoffs. The Power 4 has their playoffs. I kind of like that idea. I don't know what you're trying to say there, but okay. No, you're trying to straw man my argument, Wyatt. Touchdown. Illinois, by the way. Why didn't UCF get in that year? Yeah, wasn't that the argument that they should have been in? But also that was when we had only the 4-team playoff, and they were still a group of 5 school. Like, Wyatt, you're literally straw man in my argument. That's a logical fallacy if you didn't know. That's basically, taking shots at someone's argument because yours isn't good enough. So there is a difference between the Power 4. Power 4, much better quality of teams than the group of 5. So record should matter for the Power 4. There's a reason why we're just giving a seed to a group of 5 conference winner. Just saying. Yeah, we'll get a scoreboard in a sec. Why was SMU not favored by more? Because Baylor they didn't look terrible versus Auburn. They couldn't stop the run, but offensively they were pretty fun against Auburn. It's a solid Auburn defense. Quality of opponents matter. But Wyatt, you're the one disparaging another group of 4. Another group of 4. That's the difference in this argument. I'm making a case for a fellow group of 4. You're out here trying to take it to the group of 5. That's called straw man in an argument. That's called trying to take a conversation everywhere just to win it. And I'm sorry. I wish I still had my big wooden L so I could just hand it to you. And it doesn't stand for LSU, bud. Thoughts on DJ Lagway? I hope he's healthy. Like, Lagway's fun as hell, man. I think he's more put together as a passer, or at least he should be in theory, or at least from what we saw last year, than Anthony Richardson. If he can stay healthy, yeah, he's going to be in the discussion for being the top pick in 2027. He'll be in that discussion. I said record matters. Yes, it matters with the Power 4 compared to the group of 5. I don't get how that doesn't compute. Here, turn on your brain. There we go. Quality opponents matter. Yeah, there's such a big difference between group of 5, Power 4. Let's just start throwing in FCS teams then. Like, what are we even talking about here, Wyatt? This is ridiculous. This is literally taking a conversation everywhere. Quality of opponent matters. Yes, quality of the conference matters. Everyone's already acknowledged, the Power 4, they good. Group of 5, they got less good. Golly. There's levels. Now. Oh, there's levels to the Power 4. Are there? Then guess what? SEC, just make your own freaking playoff. If you think you're so much better than everyone else. So much better that you have not won a college football playoff in the last 2 years. You have not made the national championship in the last 2 years. You think you're so much freaking better that you should have your own playoff. Then go ahead and do it. Just go ahead and do it. All right, before we get into this drive for the Blue Devils, let's do a quick scoreboard because I think NC State just scored a touchdown. Penn State, they're up 22-0 on Florida International. Texas is up 31-7 on San Jose State. We got freaking Florida State dropping a 70 burger on East Texas A&M. Dude, Iowa State, Iowa tied up at 13. Get it together. Get it together, Iowa State. Baylor and SMU are tied up at 24. Indiana, they're now up 42-9. Starting to pull away. That's why I didn't touch that game. Texas Tech is up 55-0 on Kent State. Minnesota's up 66-0 on Northwestern State. NC State, they're up 35-31. Got a hell of a ball game going on there. Pittsburgh, what are you doing? They're only up by 7 on Central Michigan. UConn, they're winning 17-6 on Syracuse. We still got a delay in the Jackson State game. Ooh, dump off to Jaquez Moore picks up about 7 there. Texas A&M's up 30-6 on Utah State at half. And we're still delayed in the Wake Forest game. I'm going to go to the box score real quick. I don't know how much football they've played, but I'm curious to see. Okay, Claiborne is playing this game. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to see. All right, we got 3rd and 3 for Duke. Manessa dropping back, rolling out, looking, doesn't see anything, dumps it off to Moore in the flats for the first down. Okay, Wyatt, let me put it like this. Strength of schedule matters if we're talking about like a 1-win difference. South Carolina, 9-3, SMU 11-1. I don't think you can make the argument there with a 2-game difference. If it was a 1-game difference, Manessa dropping it at Higgins, who's out across the 40 and he fumbles the ball. Oh my gosh. I think we're about to get the turnover, Kazoo. So we had a big gain here for Duke. And as he's going down, fumbles the ball. He was out around the Illinois 40. All right. And that's Bailey, the safety we talked about earlier. That's clean. That's a fumble. That's going the other way. Again, safety Bailey for Illinois. Highlighted him prior to the game. Penn State should have beat Notre Dame last year. Yeah, but I mean, hey, wasn't the final score, so. What about Ole Miss and Missouri then? They were 1 loss. No, they were also 9-3 teams. I think Missouri was 9-3 as well. They had the South Carolina loss. They lost to Bama. They did have one of the weaker schedules in SEC play. So I kind of thought they would make the playoffs at like maybe a 10-2, but I'm pretty sure Missouri last year went 9-3. 2024 record. Oh, maybe they did go 10 and no, they went 9-3. Lost to South Carolina, lost to Alabama. Oh yeah, they got railroaded by A&M. Did they get railroaded? Yeah, they got railroaded by Alabama. And see, they lost those in really bad fashion. That's a little different. Hey, miss you too, buddy. What's good? How you doing, Alex? Hail Mary Sports in the butt. So Wyatt, okay. I think maybe we could find some common ground here. I think strength of schedule will matter more if we're talking about like a 10-2 team and a 9-3 team. The problem is SMU was 11-1 compared to the 9-3 teams. Alex at the SMU Baylor game, probably having a great time. I hope Kansas keeps the streak alive, dude. I have a soft spot in my heart for Kansas. I really loved Devin Neal. There was a pass rusher I liked there a couple of years ago. I don't think he's done much of anything in the NFL, but I liked him. I love the head coach. The OC's now, was it Kataniki or something like that? He's over at Penn State doing great things. I got a soft spot in my heart for Kansas. I hate how Iowa always has a good defense every year, but the offense sucks. Yeah, with Gronowski too, it should be better. They should be getting at least a little bit more consistency at quarterback compared to what they've had with years like Petrus. Was BYU 11-1 or 10-2 last year and had a win over SMU, but because of a ridiculous tiebreaker? No, I'm pretty sure BYU may have been 10-2, but they also didn't make their conference championship game. That was the problem. SMU did make the conference championship game, did have one less loss. Record 2024. Yeah, they were 10-2. Because that was the thing. It was like this big tiebreaker. I think Colorado lost at the end. So it was more so a tiebreaker I think Colorado had a shot and then they choked it. But it was Iowa State, BYU, Arizona State, and they lost out on the tiebreaker. Let's look at the schedule for BYU. They lost to Arizona State, good loss. They lost to Kansas, so not good loss. So again, tiebreaker kind of has to matter if I think that they have the same record. I don't think you can make the case for, they should get the tiebreaker even though we have one more loss. I don't think you can make that case. All right, we got a 3rd and 7 here for Illinois. They're at their own 42. Omar dropping back. Here comes the pressure. He gets it out. Nice pass to Beatty for a first down. I like the Kansas team. Daniels is a stud. Daniels is a hell of a fun player. And rough in the pass. Dude, that's a trash rough in the passer call. He was a hit as he threw the football. Come on. Let's not call that. And that was Wesley Williams with the rough in the passer. Texas Tech has had like 3 significant kick returns called back because of holding, and it's pissing me off, as it should. But let me know, Wyatt. Can we find common ground there? Strength of schedule matters more if the teams are separated by 1 win or 1 loss compared to 2. Because that would be that's my argument. I'm trying to remember, because how did Iowa State get in then? Because they had the same conference record and both lost to Kansas, if I remember. They had the tiebreaker over BYU. Oh, Beatty on the reverse is in there for a touchdown, and we're starting to pull away here. Illinois is starting to turn it on. Terrible turnovers by Duke, none of which are Manessa's fault. Manessa having a really good game, if you didn't know. So I think what BYU needed was an Iowa State loss. So okay, Iowa State and BYU didn't play. Both did lose to Kansas. I think that's what you were referencing, and I mixed it up. Who was BYU's other loss to? BYU's other loss came to Arizona State, which Iowa State probably didn't play during the year, right? And Iowa State's Other loss was Texas Tech. So it must have been some. I probably couldn't even tell you the tiebreaker. It must have been mad close. Yeah, I don't know what the tiebreaker would have been. Because BYU lost to Kansas and they lost to Arizona State. Then you have Texas Tech and Kansas losses. So yeah, I don't know what would have been the tiebreaker to get Iowa State in. Yeah, no, yeah, I don't know what specifically. You know, we could Google that. Maybe I just chat GPT it. What's your top 5 favorite college football rivalries? Low key, the Iron Bowl's probably has some of the best moments. Auburn, Alabama, the Red River shootout. It's always the shootout to me. Is always blast. Oklahoma, Texas. You always got to mention Michigan and Ohio State. Miami and Florida State used to be good. It used to be. You gotta love Navy Army, man. You gotta love Navy Army. What would be another one I throw in there? It's a rivalry game that I like. I'd have to think on that one. I guess Iowa State. But then again, that's not like the most exciting one, unfortunately. It never really is. Yeah, no, I'm going to look it up right now, Wyatt. I will say, Wyatt, this has been a hell of a fun conversation. I've had a great time. Hopefully you have had a good time as well. Why did Iowa State get the tiebreaker over BYU? Here we go. Okay, so Iowa State, this is what I'm reading. It was a complex scenario. The outcome of several games were crucial for determining the champion, blah, blah, blah. Oh, BYU lost to Houston? I didn't see that. Was BYU 9-3? I think they were 9-3. Because they finished the year 10-3 and then they. Oh, okay. Hold on. So no, they ended the year 11-2. And I see an Arizona State loss. I don't see a loss to Houston last year, dude. No, ain't no way. Okay, I'm gonna go to Yahoo Sports. Someone break down this for me. Tiebreakers. For tiebreakers between two teams head-to-head record, win percentage against all common conference opponents among the tied teams, win percentage against the next highest placed common opponent in the stand-ins, combined win Okay, so it went to like multiple tiebreakers. Okay, so it was okay. I'm not gonna go through of how deep that tiebreaker was. Apparently, it was freaking insane. It was utterly nuts. Yeah, this is football discourse. So if yeah, no, it looks like it was very convoluted. I'll just say that. It looks like it was very convoluted. They may have got screwed, but I don't know. Iowa State was a good team last year. At least, by my opinion, they were a good team last year. I got to refresh my Hulu. You want out, buddy? The tie. Yeah, if all fails, go to a coin toss. Is that really like the final hurdle? Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, Auburn, Navy, Notre Dame, USC. That used to be a fun one too. I don't know if BYU beats Arizona State. Arizona State already had a win on them. So Duke is in the goal line on a side note, making a run. I am now about to put the Iowa State Iowa game on my phone. Okay. Okay. And then again, Baylor SMU is kind of nuts as well. But if I'm being honest, I don't have money on that game. So Manessa rolling out, no one open. He's going to just pick up maybe a yard or two. It's going to lead to what? It's going to lead to like a 4th and goal that you have to go for. Hey, you wanna get out, coach? There you go, bud. Hey. Okay, she hates me. All right, here we go. All right, dropping back, Manessa. Going over the middle, wide open touchdown. Game not over yet. When do you go for that 2-point conversion? Do you do it now? I wouldn't mind them going for the 2-point conversion now. And that's Andrell Anthony with another touchdown. Yeah, they're going to go for 2 now. You find out what you're chasing. I don't disagree with either, where it's like, no, let's try to keep it as close as we can, get the for sure points, and just kind of chase that. I actually kind of like, no, let's find out what we're chasing right now. Let's go for 2 and let that dictate how we go through the rest of this game. Manessa rolling out, and he's tossing it up in the end zone, and it's way out. Dude, I'm going to have to top off my coffee real quick, boys and girls. I'll be back. All right, we're about to get the kickoff. Duke still hanging around. You would like to QB run there? Yeah, but it's not like Manessa's not like a scramble guy. That's just not who he is. Kent State got a touchdown. Game. Dude, Hail Mary Sports at the SMU game having the time of his life. I'm pretty sure, didn't Iowa State just get a field goal? No. Still tied up at 13. I thought Iowa State got a field goal to take the lead. Oh, let's check that NC State game real quick. Hold on, NC State. Hold on. These games are close as hell, man. But like maybe a read option for RPO type. Yeah, maybe. You got is that Bailey down for Illinois? Nope. Nope. Someone else. Never mind. All right. So 2nd and 9 for Iowa. That's right. We got Iowa State on right now, too. Dude, how many rushing yards has Baylor allowed thus far? That's my question. I want to go find the answer to that right now. Team stats. All right, not as bad as I thought. Baylor's only allowed 112. That's better than what 300 they allowed against Auburn. Arch Manning just ran in a score. All right, we got 1st and 10 for the Illini. They are at their 25. Altmaier in the shotgun. Baylor just fumbled. Lol. And we're going to get a fake handoff. They get it out to Beatty. He's out past the 40, down at about the 45. Good gain. What do you think of SmackDown, Broshmo? It was fine. I wish that there was actual finish to the Sami Zayn John Cena match, but I get why. I mean, dude, they gotta be willing to let John Cena lose to some of the guys that are gonna be there after he's gone, not just Cody Rhodes. Like John Cena's final run, still special, fun, could have been so much better. They kind of fumbled the bag on it. Ooh, tackle in the backfield for Duke. But yeah, I do wish there was a finish to the Sami Cena match. I'm trying to think what else was on. Outside of the AJ Lee return, it was kind of forgettable because you only had a video package for Drew and Randy. You had Julia take on Meechin. Like, what else was on the show? Oh, tossed Valentine. Oh, Valentine's still up. Oh, not bad. Got the first down off of that. Let's go. Here, let's pop up. What did transpire on SmackDown last night? I can remember a couple of things, but not everything. Oh yeah, I forgot they had Aleister Black and Damian Priest, but yeah, kind of had a funky finish. They're making Aleister Black kind of a heel. I mean, they kind of already have. All right, guys, I might have to step away for a second and drag in my new TV. So my other TV went out a couple of nights ago, so I had to buy a new TV in our bedroom. Fagan picking up a couple of yards. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, my bedroom TV, it was already kind of fading, like kind of had like a dip to black going on in one of the corners, and then Thursday night it just stopped working altogether. Started flickering on and off. The whole screen was dark. Had to get a new TV. Just came in and I just dragged it out. Oh, Altmaier, he's going to pick up some yards with his feet. It's going to be close to the first down. It's going to be like a 3rd and 1. 1 second left in the third. I mentioned we're going to the 4th. Florida versus Georgia is a decent rivalry. That's not like a classic rivalry though. Who's your pick to win the ACC? My pick was Clemson at the beginning of the year. I'm probably going to stick with that, but I kind of got some hype from Miami right now. They made me believe last year, unfortunately. And I'm scared to believe this year. You can't count out SMU. But I think Miami has the talent to be able to actually contest Clemson. I don't think they take on Clemson at all this year. I did have the ACC championship game be in Miami versus Clemson, though, but I gave it to Clemson. Iowa State, man, they need to stop. Iowa's at midfield. Oh, shoot. I forgot. Yeah, Florida State came out and I forgot about that, dude. I'm sorry. Florida State was so bad last year. I have totally blanked on them. Hopefully that win against Bama was, hey, we're going to be good this year. Not, hey, I think Bama might not be great this year. I think Florida State should be in the running there. So Florida State, Miami is going to be. Who does Florida State have on the sketty? Because I think I still had Florida State as a 8-4 team, which now they might have exceeded all expectations. So Florida State will get Miami October 4th. That's at Florida State. And they do get Clemson. And that'll be on November 8th. So October 4th, Miami at home. November 8th, Clemson on the road. And then they do end the year with Florida. Kierdo, what a hot take. Florida State has been the best ACC team this year so far. I don't know. Miami beat the national championship runner-up compared to a Alabama team that didn't make the playoff last year. Whose win was better? Who's to say? Who's to say? Dude, Iowa needs some playmakers. Just saw a dropped 3rd down pass. Come on. Stelianos is a good Gus Bus quarterback. Gus Malzahn, he was like, I like to run the football. He liked to run the football. All right. Let's do a quick scatterbud. Penn State's up 27-0 on Florida International. Texas, they're up 38-7 on San Jose State. Florida State up 70-3 on East Texas A&M. Iowa State are tied up. Iowa just punted it away from midfield. SMU, they have extended the lead. They're up by 2 scores, 38-24 on Baylor. Indiana's up 49-9 on Kennesaw State, as they should be. Mendoza, I'm kind of curious. He was a little sporadic last week against ODU. I'm kind of eager to go in and see how he performed this game. Texas Tech's up 55-14 on Kent State. Minnesota's up 66-0 on Northwestern State. Oh, NC State, hold on. They're up 35-31. All right, Penn State's put the pedal to the metal. They're up 38-17 on Central Michigan. Don't look now. Don't call it a comeback. Syracuse, they still got to go for a 2-point conversion, but they're down 17-12 on UConn. Side note, Illinois, they tried to run the football on 3rd and 2 and got nothing. It's going to be 4th down. It looks like they're going for it. They're staying on the field. So let's get through these next few pretty quickly. Georgia's up 7-0 on Austin P. Temple's up 14-0 on Howard. We still got a delay in the Wake Forest Western Carolina game. Texas A&M's up 30-6 on Utah State. And hey, look, we finally got to halftime. Jacksonville State's up 17-10. Syracuse also failed the 2-point conversion, by the way. And they whistled the play dead after I just tried a freaking rush. And they threw a flag. Got to have some whistle for scoreboard. Oh, I can't whistle, though. I don't know how to whistle. False start on the offense. It's going to make it a 4th and 7. Bring out the field goal unit. Make this a 12-point game. Presley kind of had a so-so game at right tackle for Illinois. All right, here we go. Field goal for Illinois. And it is good. All right, we got a 2-score lead once again. Let's see what Manessa can do. Oh, Fat Man, 67-yard touchdown. Fat Man Allen, Katron Allen. We got a 3rd and 2 for Iowa State. If Iowa State wins by a field goal, I'm happy. So 3rd and 2, they're at their own 18. Talking about Iowa State here. Trying to get the play in. Rocco, he's shouting. He's screaming at the line. He's getting people in place. There's 10, 8 seconds on the play clock. And it's going to be a QB sweep. And he's going to get that easy. All right, here we go. Kickoff for Duke. Can they make something happen? Now, remember, Duke, turnovers have been crippling for Duke. You had a muff punt. You had 2 bad fumbles. 1 on a big play. Manessa gets hit from behind by Gabe Akis. Basically bailing the pocket, stepping up, rolling out. So 3 and that strip sack was in Illinois territory. It was in the red zone. So this game's a lot closer than the current score. All right, we're going to get a handoff to Castle, who's going to pick up 4. Who wins Florida-Miami game? Oh, gosh. I believe in Florida, unfortunately. I don't want to go against my Hurricanes. And it's – oh, no, this one's in our place. I'm hoping Miami, but it's going to be a tough game. All right, 3rd and 4 for Mensa and company. He's in shotgun. They're bringing in extra pressure. He dumps it. Barkate. Oh, man. Is he going to get the corner? Nope, but he's close to midfield. Big pickup. Dude, Mensa, wait until the last second to dump that sucker off. Huge pickup, man. If you haven't already, if you're on the YouTube, hit that thumbs up. I don't know how it works on X. If you're on X, do you just hit the heart? All right, Mensa dropping back. He's looking downfield. He's rolling out. And he's going to try to run it. He gets across midfield. It's like a 3 or 4 yard pickup. It's not terrible. It's not bad. I'm hoping Miami makes a little run, man. But just like being a Dolphins fan, I'm waiting for disappointment. That's just how you live life as a Miami fan. You wait for the disappointment. All right, 2nd and 7 for Duke here. All right, dropping back. Here comes the pressure immediately. He steps up in the pocket, gets it out to Barkate. Oh, who breaks the tackle? Get some extra yardage. Nice. Hey, dude, UCLA winning today. I wouldn't bet for him. If you were going to put a gun to my head and tell me who would I put money on, give me moneyline UNLV. That's where I'm at, unfortunately, Ian. Dude, they got decimated by Utah last week. And it's not like UNLV's been impressive. Empty backfield. Whoa. A lot of how one would say contact on that screenplay. All right, 2nd and 10. Duke down at their at the Illinois 29. Dropping back, rolling out. Throwing it. Oh, what an interception! I thought that was a beautiful throw, and then Eheko just throws the arms up. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not doing a. What do they call those? I'm not doing a mukbang. I'm not a mukbang guy. Oh, it was just a little short. Just a little short. Not a bad idea by Vanessa. May have been a little late on it, but just came up a little short. And that's probably the killer. That's probably it. All right, let's see what we got going on in this Iowa State game. Oh my gosh, dude. Iowa State just got lucky on this tipped pass. Gets tipped up right into, is that Burkle, the tight end? Yeah, it's Burkle, the tight end. Oh, man. All right, hand off to Hansen here. He gets back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe he gets to their own 45. Going to create 2nd down. Yeah, they might be trying to kill some of this clock, but I mean, Iowa's got 2 timeouts. There's still 4.5 minutes left to play in this game. Let's do a quick scatterbug. Penn State, they go up 34-0. That's the end of the game. Texas still up 38-7 on San Jose State. Florida State, they're rolling. I'm keeping y'all posted on the Iowa State game. SMU, they're up 38-30. Baylor, did they like not kick the point after yet or something? Indiana rolling through Kennesaw State. Texas Tech rolling through Kansas State. Same with Minnesota. Pittsburgh, they're going to hold on to this one. They're up 21 on Central Michigan. Syracuse needs a turnover. Honestly, hold them to a field goal and go down, get a 2-point conversion. Touchdown, 2-point conversion ties the game up for Syracuse. They are calling their timeouts right now. Did the NC State game go to final? Oh, let's go check that out. Jacksonville State is about to start the second half. They're up 7 on Liberty. A&M, they're up 24 on Utah State. We still got a delay in the Wake Forest game. Temple's up 21-0 on Howard. Georgia's up 14-0 on Austin P. And let's scroll down here. NC State held on, baby. 35-31. So now I just need Illinois to close it out, and I need Iowa State to kick a field goal for the win. Oh, excuse me. Let's take a look at the box score. Kansas State, not good this year. That's my hot take. It's not that hot of a take, man. They, after looking competitive against Iowa State in sloppy weather, they then looked terrible in a win against North Dakota. I think what's his face? Thinking Avery Johnson has like among the most turnover worthy plays in the country, but no picks. 7 turnover worthy plays, I believe. How's Virginia, NC State not a conference game? It is a conference game. They're both in the ACC. So Hollywood Smothers, man, I'm going to go back on the film and check him out. And actually, matter of fact, check out this Jamari Taylor kid. Both these guys go off, had themselves a day. What did they do in the passing game? Smothers had 2 receptions. Taylor had 2 receptions, 2 for 13 yards. They both had very identical days. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to go back to this game just to watch the running backs. Just going to go back and watch the running backs. Not many prospects I had in this game anyway. Oh, whoops. Need to go back. Tanner Arkin, he's walking off the sideline after going down, holding his left arm. Hopefully it's nothing serious. All right, I'm going to keep this up here to keep y'all notified and posted on the Iowa State Iowa game. How does that look? Does that look good? Oh, I like that. Yeah, we could jump between those two. We could jump between those two views. So what is that? It's 175%. Okay. Fegan. Oh, what a nasty stiff arm. Picking up the first. Man, Texas Tech 4th strings are struggling against Kent State. Not funny. It's not classified as one. Are you sure? Is there something funky there that, like, no, there can't be. It has to be an ACC game. Well, time to Google. Why is Virginia versus NC State not a conference game? College football 2025. Because they are not playing a conference game in 2025 because they are both members of the ACC, but their 2025 meeting was a pre-scheduled non-conference home and home series outside of the league's scheduling rotation to fulfill existing agreements. The two schools have already played their conference games against one another, and this game is a separate matchup that does not count in the ACC standings. That's kind of stupid. Because they have both been in the ACC forever. That sounds very stupid to me, but okay. Did Iowa just get a fumble? No. They just forced a fourth down. Okay. Quarterback for Baylor's really good. Yeah, he's got a good arm. I'm curious to see if he was accurate this week. His accuracy comes and goes, man. That Auburn game, it was so up and down, man. So Iowa State is at the 35 of Iowa. That would be a 52, 53-yard field goal. I don't know if their kicker has that in his leg. Now, Iowa does have a timeout. There's a minute 56 left on the clock. Oh, and he nails that kick. All right. So there's going to be a minute 52. Can Iowa State make a big stop? Their defense hasn't been phenomenal this year. I'll just say that. They have good players on that defense. They need to be better. Iowa State makes a big stop. I hit my early parlay. North Carolina has one available for next year. Are you talking about quarterbacks now? So hey, we could hit our early game parlays. We hit Iowa State. We hit Illinois. We already hit NC State. It looks like Illinois is well on its way. Illinois just got to freaking finish the game. I mean, there's still plenty of game left for this to get hairy. But what a start to the day. Hit in if we can hit that parlay. What a start to the day. You know, what I should have done was just play the under. Because they had Iowa State at 42.5. That game never goes past 40 points. What, last year was like 21-17 or something? Here, let's actually take a gander. Let's see. Let's make sure I'm not speaking on my butt. Iowa v. Iowa State history. All right. So last year they had 30. Okay, it was 20-19. So 39 total points the year before. 33 total points. 2022, 17 total points. It was 2021 last time they broke 40 points total, which they hit 44. But the year before that, 35 total points. 2018, 16 total points. Typically, should have just went with the under. I'm not, dude. I'm not talking presidents, bro. I ain't talking presidents. I ain't talking politics. I don't want to. If I wanted to talk politics, I'd have I would have made a political channel. I'm here to. If you want to talk about football politics, let's do it. All right, they hand off to Fegan on first down. He gets across midfield. Why would I start a political channel? Dude, nobody wants to come watch me and my political takes. Golly, people, there's people out there for that on both sides. Go watch them. The more Texas, I'm just an average guy. The more Texas looks like they back, the more they aren't back. I don't know what that actually means. How can I not get ads on your stream? Dude, I let YouTube drop the ads. I don't drop ads myself. Same with the content. YouTube picks the ad placement. If you're on the X, I don't think the X has ads, but I'm not sure. I don't know. My X viewers are going to have to tell me if they're getting it. Oh, YouTube Premium. There you go. I got that premium as well. I just can't stand ads. All right, we got a kick return for Iowa. They're down at about, what, the 20? Maybe the 24? Do you think Iowa keeping this close says anything about the Big 12? Top Big 12 team struggling against mid Big 10 school? I thought Iowa was going to be good this year, so I kind of disagree. I kind of disagree with Iowa being a mid-tier school. I think they're like a tier 3 Big 10 school. Like you have like Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon, Michigan's in that next tier where it's like, are they back or are they a year away? And then they go into that third tier with like maybe Illinois, Indiana. I would have thrown them in that tier. So if you consider Illinois like an 11 at 11, then I don't think Iowa's that far from that. All right, they hand off to Fegan. They're trying to drain the clock here. I'm here for it. That Iowa State D-line is nasty, but they only rush 3. That's the problem. They have a good linebacking core. They have Jeremiah Cooper's really nice, whether he's in the slot or at safety. J Rid, did you BH? I don't know what BH is. Did I BH? What does that mean? Do I read the X comments? I don't know if you could comment on X. I think you could only view the stream because I haven't seen. Altmaier keeping it first down and then some, gets out about the 10-yard line. Type Broshmo, read my other comment. Oh, my bad. See that back in July that UNC and Clemson wanted to go to the SEC? I wasn't it like also Florida State and Miami were trying to figure out something? I don't know. Is Matt Patricia a defensive wizard? I think he's all right. He had a good game last week, good called game last week, but Ohio State also has a ton of talent. Is that Fegan? Yeah, Fegan gets down inside the 3. Oh, 4th and 16 for Iowa. Gronowski, he's looking around. He's scrambling. There's got to be a holding call somewhere, right? He's gunning it downfield. Tough contested catch. That might be the ball game. Think we did it, boys. Why do I look like Matt Patricia? Why does Matt Patricia look like me? How about that? Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan. Then you got Iowa being the 6th in your division is mid, in my opinion. Dude, Iowa's consistently had one of the best defenses in college football. Literally, the running gag has been, man, Iowa would be a really good squad if they had a good quarterback. And then they transfer in South Dakota State quarterback Mark Gronowski, which should give them some consistency. I would argue Iowa's closer to I don't know why you would put Indiana above Illinois. Like, I don't know how much faith I have in Indiana this year. I think they're a good squad, but I think they're 8-4 good, maybe 9-3. They're gonna have a much tougher schedule. I don't think they beat Illinois this year. Hot take. I don't believe in Fernando Mendoza like that. I think he's a good college quarterback who's got some tools, but too many mistakes. Florida State to go back on the day, and Bobby Bowden said it. It was too hard top to bottom. As a Lions fan, I never want to hear that name again. Broshmo, do you remember? And I think Duke, Michigan State, Northwestern, and Purdue need to end their programs. No, why would Duke's coming out? Why are we going to go back to this conversation of Duke not being good? They were a 9-3 team last year. What are we doing, J-Red? The top 5 weren't really in order. Just thought of the schools and typed. Oh, I got you. Do you remember my name, Broshmo? My bad, J-Red. No, I have a terrible memory. You could even ask some of the people closest to me. I sometimes forget names, so it happens. Pitt ended up covering minus 20.5. Golly. Nobody else but see, dude, it's like they go 9-3. Oh, they're not a good team. That's so stupid. Well, freaking Vandy was 7-6 last year. Just have them end their program while we're at it. Jason. Oh, okay. That comes to memory. To be fair, this was like all of like there's been a summer in between. We've taken a summer off after the draft ends. We spend some time apart from each other, and I forget things. Baylor's going to be the best 7-5 team in the country. Yeah, no lie. They're a good squad. Syracuse just took the lead. Are they gonna win? They might not cover. I'm pretty sure. What was the cover for Syracuse? Was it 6.5? 5.5? Kirito, I can't forget you. You went to KEY, and I was like, no, Sword Art Online. That's how I'm gonna remember. All right, Altmaier gets it to Dixon, touchdown. That should be the nail in the coffin. What does that mean? That means we hit our parlay, boys and girls. Let's go. Starting the day strong, hitting our 3-legger. Which means I got to take a look at these later games and see what I want to put down. Let's go. What 4 games should I put in my quad box tomorrow at 1? I don't know, dude. Whoever you want to watch. I mean, there's a lot of good games tomorrow. I would try to avoid the bad games. NFL week 1. What are the early? See, I really only know like the Sunday and Saturday, the Sunday and Monday night games. What's on the 1 o'clock slate? I'd be watching Dolphins Colts. That actually has the chance to be a really fun game. Bucks Falcons. You have to. So that's 2. I'm interested in Jags Panthers. There's a lot of questions I have with both those squads, so I'd really want to kind of like watch that. And I mean, I guess Aaron Rodgers returns to MetLife. Might be fun to watch Steelers Jets. Commanders Giants. Yeah. Raiders Patriots could be up there. I don't know. Yeah, Saints Cardinals could be really good too. Or you could just put on the red zone, yeah. is more a potential new job candidate. I mean, I think he's done a wonderful job with Connecticut. I think he deserves to go somewhere else in the Power 4. If you're talking about him being fired, no, UConn should never let Mora go. Do you think every Power 4 school should be mandated to schedule at least one non-conference Power 4 every year? No, let them do whatever the hell they want, because then we'll talk about strength of schedule if it matters later in the year. And again, I think strength of schedule matters if we're trying to discuss teams with another strip sack. Vanessa trying to make a play. That's not on. I mean, you're down by multiple scores. I get it. I think Vanessa had a really good game today. But it sounds like more conferences are going to go to 9 game schedules because the SEC are going to do that next year. The Big Ten's already at that. Yeah, I think eventually it's gonna be 9. And if that's the case, like maybe you schedule a Power 4. But I mean, you're gonna have a rough slate with your conference schedule. So it's like, I don't know. That's kind of tough. Yo, Baylor just tied the game up. Hold the phone. Time to turn that game on. It's got 34 seconds left. Micah's expected to play tomorrow. Nice. Oh, Valentine in for a touchdown. If I was gonna say, that's not just a nail in the coffin. All right. We're gonna switch over to Baylor SMU to wrap this scene off. Illinois has now just cemented the victory. So let's switch over to a very close game. Where art thou, Baylor? Okay, let's just go over here. Let's find Baylor SMU. Baylor SMU. Baylor SMU. Okay, I might literally just okay. Where's the search bar? Baylor. Baylor Bears, yes. Here we go. Baylor SMU. Marcel Reed sent to the locker room after a big hit. Oh, that sucks. All right, SMU is going to try to get in field goal position. Baylor battled back, man. Tied up at 38. Oh, Alex must be losing his mind. Jennings going over the middle. I think, did that hit the ground? They're calling it down. Oh, they're calling it a catch. Okay, they're rolling. They're at midfield. 20 seconds left. Here comes a little extra pressure. Jennings just going to throw this sucker away. 14 seconds left. Jason, not going to lie, bro. I want my Maryland Terrapins to play in the non-conference against South Carolina, Navy, Oregon State, Ole Miss, Tennessee. Oh, man, North Dakota State, Florida. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of stuff you're throwing out there. So what I'm hearing is Auburn is back. Auburn feels like they might be back. They might end up being a 9-3 team and missing the playoffs, but that's super encouraging if you are an Auburn fan. I mean, Jennings is running. BYU has oh no, he slid. They're calling a late hit. No! Oh, Baylor, no. You see this? This is what Baylor just did. Can we get a game cast up for Baylor? I don't think I have a game cast for Baylor. Oh, well. We can always go back to scoreboard. Yeah, quarterback sliding. Why are you making that tackle? Why are you trying to make that tackle? That's so stupid. I don't know. If you're Maryland, you already play a nine game conference schedule. If you want to throw one hard game in there, cool and whatnot. But I mean, I guess you could throw Navy. I don't know why Navy would want to play Maryland. Maybe. I have no idea what the All-American girl is, MSU. Why, if there's a chance that Coach O gets hired in the next coaching cycle, ooh, I wonder where he would go. Dude, I would love to see Coach O back in football. Golly, that's such a boneheaded play on the targeting. I don't know if that's targeting, but that's late hit on a sliding quarterback. That's just stupid. It's Jenny Taft. I have no idea who that is. Katron Allen had a day. He better have. They were playing Florida International. Mike, you were just on TV with the Illinois fans. Hey, let's go. Just switched over to the Baylor SMU game. And finally, Broshmo, have you heard of Malik Washington for my Terrapins? No, I'm not gonna lie. I don't have a lot of investment in a Baylor prospects this year, unfortunately. The few that I do have, let's see. All right, so I have. Let's actually Control F this sucker. All right. I have a Maryland receiver, but that's because Jaleel Farouk has been on my he's been in my draft guide for like a couple of years now. Yeah, the only Maryland prospect I really have is Jalen Husky, the safety. So yeah, just not a lot of guys that I had. Yeah, literally just one guy on my watch list for Maryland, unfortunately. Is SMU in field goal range? Yeah. On the late hit, they're going to be well within field goal range. Who's your top prospect for Oklahoma? Good question. Who is my top guy for Oklahoma? Let's go through this. Let's see who's the top guy on the big board. I think it's R. Mason Thomas, followed by Robert Spears Jennings, John Mateer. I have all those guys with day 2 grades. Malik is a freshman in college football this year. Well, I ain't gonna be watching that guy for a long time. So no targeting. Okay, so no targeting. That's huge. No penalty. That's massive. SMU is gonna use a timeout. All right, Kirito. I'll catch you for Oklahoma, Michigan, bud. Aaron, I love Aaron Anderson for LSU. He's short, which sucks. But isn't he little hefty, little girthy? He's like 180, 185, 188, even better. Oh, but no, I like him a lot. But for me, I'm kind of out on receivers. I can't. I'm never gonna have a receiver that's like sub 5'10", sub 180 in my top as a first round prospect. It's just like you're not going to get an elite guy at that size, unfortunately. Day 2, depending on how special they are, maybe you get those guys. Like I was a big Tank Dell guy. I do like Aaron Anderson a lot from LSU. I think he was the LSU receiver I have the highest preseason ranking on. All right, they're going to do a handoff. They get out to about the 44. They're going to call a timeout. Yeah, dude. Oh, excuse me. They get to the 40. So it's a 57-yard field goal. Golly, we're going to OT. Thoughts on Kamara, Fisher, Hemby, Wyatt, Surratt from Indiana? I like Kamara, but he's old, limited tools. I think he's kind of maxed out with his frame. I got him early day 3. Fisher's a thumper, and he's fine. I got him in the early to mid day 3 mix. Hemby, more of a mid to late day 3 guy. He's a bigger back with home run potential, but not a great force miss tackler. At least wasn't at Maryland. Wyatt, I don't know who Wyatt is. For Indiana. Surratt, big contested catch guy. Love that. More of a day 3 skills or day 2 skill set. Just doesn't have the high end speed. And I think if you're going to be considered a first rounder, you have to be special at the contested catch. I don't think he's special. He's really good, but he's not special at the contested catch. Let me search around. Do I have a Indiana prospect named Wyatt somewhere? Oh, dude, I love Pons. He's undersized as hell, but Pons is my dude. Indiana. I got Amari Farrell. Got Pons. Got Wyatt, or got Fisher. Got Kamara. I got Coogan. All right, here comes the kick on a side note. Oh, he's not making that. We're going to OT, baby. We're going to OT. Did it have the leg, though? I think it may have had the leg. I got Carter Smith. I got him as midday 3. He's fine. He might be a guard. I have 2 wide receivers for Indiana. Who else is on here? Oh, Omar Cooper Jr. Good size of 6 foot 200. I don't think he's the starter. Well, he's not. He might be the third string back in Keelan Black, but he had an interesting force miss tackle rate coming from James Madison. Was coached under Signetti. Followed him in 2024. And then, of course, Fernando Mendoza. So, yeah, don't know who Wyatt is. Kellen Wyatt is an edge rusher who was at Maryland the last 3 years. Yeah, don't have him on here. If Anderson was 6 foot, he'd be wide receiver 1. I don't know about that because Jordan Tyson's special. Nick Harbor has the chance to be special. But you won't start talking about in the wide receiver 3 mold. I think that's where the discussion begins if Aaron Anderson is 6 foot. All signs pointing towards Christian McCaffrey or McCaffrey playing versus Seattle. So if you're a CMC owner, you're feeling good. I do have CMC in 1 league. And the minute I drafted him, I was like, I gotta draft a whole lot of guys who are reliable. They might not have the sexiest upside, but they're reliable. So I got like Tony Pollard, Alvin Kamara. But yeah, dude. I was stuck at like pick 7 or 8. Right when all the top guys come off the board. I think around pick 7, you might be lucky to get like a Gibbs, a CD. But then it's like, dude, all the top guys are off the board. You got to consider, do you want Derrick Henry or do you want CMC? And I rolled the dice on CMC in one draft. Ironically, I had a similar pick in another draft, and I took Derrick Henry. I was like, I can't have CMC in multiple leagues. I just can't. All right, so we're going to OT, baby. By the way, UConn and Syracuse have gone to OT. Oh, maybe I think Syracuse may have just won OT. Yeah, whatever the spread was, Syracuse definitely cleared it. Oh, dude, I had Oregon multiple places. I took them minus 27.5. I bet them down to 27.5 from 28. Bro, Troy's up 7-0. I was not touching. I think they were minus 31.5. I'm like, no. Keep that away from me. Oh, dude, I got to get my second slate of bets in. I need this game to finish, though. No, I don't. It was the Illinois game I needed to finish. Alonzo Barnett from James Madison, who's a quarterback. No, I have not. He was not on my watch list. All right, we're going to OT here. All right, let's see if FanDuel hooked me up with my cash money. All right. Let's try to end this here, SMU and Baylor. What? Thoughts on Sean Womack, the big edge from Ole Miss? It hasn't played enough, dude. He's got a small sample size. I need to see more. Look at that. Hit on my bet. Oh, Robertson, what a throw to Josh Cameron. Oh, that's a first down, and they're like close to the 5. What up, Izzy? How you doing? Look at that. Gotta love a good win. Gotta love a good win. Yeah, we'll start playing around with the night slate of games. See what games I like. Maybe take a few risks. All right. Got Robertson tossing it up. Oh, then there's the flag trying to get it out to, was that the back? But yeah, the defender was draped around his back. Yeah, no, he's grabbing the jersey. You can't grab the jersey like that. They got a 50% boost in the Oklahoma. Maybe I do go for a same game parlay with Oklahoma, Michigan later today. Man, and Arch had 5 touchdowns. He should have had 5 touchdowns. He needed a big performance. Do you think Mansour Delane is an early day 2 guy? He's also a very good TikTok dancer. Oh, that's funny. I had him in my first round mock this past week. I still liked him. Touchdown, by the way. That's Washington. Bryce Washington going into the end zone. They're going to kick the point after SMU. Can you respond? There you go, bud. Ugh. I think Delane's definitely, you probably get him into this top 50 mix. Again, it was a very impressive game to start the year. I think he's in a system that suits him much better. I'm excited. I was high on him last year, then had kind of a down year at Virginia Tech. So skilled TikTok dancer though, didn't know that. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick before they start this next drive. It's in OT, so hopefully just one drive.
I don't know what that means.
Maybe like 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe. Oh no, was that a touchdown? Maybe 15 to 20.
Okay.
I go to the bathroom and I miss this. Dude, what a pass. Oh, that's a catch. Hands under it. Oh, that's a catch. Also, do you think that DB from Toledo is a dog? Think he can go early to midday too? They have a corner there, Avery Smith. I think you're probably talking about the safety because I think Dane Brugler was pretty high on him. It's a touchdown. Wow, SMU claps back immediately. Couldn't even go take a PP before they decide to go and score. Forgot to end the poll for the Illinois Duke game. What is the name of the Toledo safety? Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Yeah, I kind of got him in the early to midday 3 mix. I didn't think he was I thought he was solid. Yeah, I'm watching the Baylor game. We're closing out with the Baylor game. And then we'll come back for Michigan, Oklahoma later on. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. Looks like Jacksonville State's about to take a 2-score lead on Liberty. Utah State trying to make it look a little more pretty against Texas A&M. We still got a delay in the Wake Forest West Carolina game. Temple's up 31-7 going into half. Georgia's about to score in some facet. They're up 14-3. New Mexico is up 14-3 on Idaho State. Oh, I guess Georgia doesn't score. Did they go for him on 4th down or something? Maybe. Ohio State's up 7-0 on Grambling. Oregon's up 13-0 on Oklahoma State. I think Oregon's going to, after Mike Gundy started running his mouth, I think Oregon's going to pound Oklahoma State. We got a delay in the Clemson game, so maybe the weather's not ideal out there. But Troy's up 7-0. Ole Miss, dude. I think Ole Miss is going to pound Kentucky. For what Kentucky did to them last year, I don't think Ole Miss is going to play around with them. Tennessee's up 10-0 on East Tennessee State. Kansas is up 7-6 on Mizzou. That I'm probably going to watch that game while I set up my new TV. Fresno State's up 7-0. Fumble recovery for a TD Kansas. Let's go. Well, we got a couple of 7-point ball games here. Nothing catching my eye too crazy. All right, let's get back to the action. Who are your best games in the 3-3? Dude, I don't know. I'm not gonna go look right now. I'm trying to watch this Baylor SMU game. Jennings might be a dark horse for the Heisman. Jennings. Oh, Kevin Jennings could be. All right, he's running around. Oh, he gets rocked. Nasty hit. Jennings is grabbing his ankle. He's standing up. He's hopping. He's limping. Yeah, hopefully it's nothing serious, but he wants to stay in the game. Oh, you were talking about Avery Smith? So I didn't watch Avery Smith. I watched the safety. I didn't get a chance to get to Avery Smith, unfortunately. One of these days, we need to see Alabama at Navy. I live 45 minutes away from Navy. Oh, that would be fun. Oh, he's going to the end zone. Ooh, almost intercepted. That was RJ Maryland trying to make a play. All right, they're going to go for the field goal and then rely on their defense to make a stop. Or at least not allow the touchdown. Oh, no. He missed it. Oh, no. Wide right. Just like the 57-yard field goal. Oh, field goal kicker's losing it, dude. I feel so bad for him. I don't envy being a field goal kicker. As a field goal kicker, you have what? You're probably only on the field for a handful of plays, right? Maybe 5. I guess it depends if you're on the kickoff unit, but what, you're kicking PATs. There's some cases you're going to be put in these big game situations. Oh, dude. That just sucks, man, because like it either goes one way or the other. Either you you die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. All right, handoff to Washington here. He picks up. I imagine they're going to just try to pick up a few yards and get out of here with the field goal win. Man, that's rough. SMU, and that's not on the field goal kicker. I mean, yeah, that one play, that's on him. But, dude, SMU, you were up 14 with like, what, a few minutes left? That ain't on the field goal kicker. You win as a team, you lose as a team. All right, handoff again to Washington. He gets to about the 20. They're going to mark him down at the 19. Are the rumors true? I have no idea what these rumors are. I like RJ Maryland a lot. I haven't watched them yet this season. I'm probably going to go back watch this SMU game because it's just got a lot of fun prospects. But uh, he's kind of a pseudo. He's just like he's a receiving tight end who I wouldn't really trust as a blocker in line. He's used a lot in the slot, but I liked him last year. I'm kind of curious to see. Dang, they pick up the first down on the ground. They're really going to put this in chip shot range. But yeah, no, with Maryland, it's like, are you as fast as you were coming back from the ACL injury? What do you want me to do as your mod? Dude, I have many mods. What I want you to do, if there's spam, you hit the ban hammer. Don't make me take away the power that has been bestowed upon you. You have one job. Just do that. Don't get crazy with it. I will have no one ruining my chat but me. We're here to have fun football discourse. And we did that earlier, man. Me and White had a great back and forth. It was fun. It was so good, I needed a cigarette after. All right. 2nd and 13. They're just going to keep handing it off, trying to get some yards and just put it in good position for the field goal kicker. How much weight did I lose? None. I'm sitting around. No, I don't smoke. That's just a joke. That's just a joke. I feel like that's a common joke. No, but I don't. I haven't lost any weight. I'm still hovering around like 170, 175. I'm just trying to put on these gains, brah. All right, hand off to the back, keeps it in the middle. Be around the 10, the 9-yard line. It's going to set up what, like a 25-yard field goal? Do I drink? Not really. If I am at a get-together, I might throw a few back. Down in Mobile, though, I did have probably the most tasty beer I've ever had. We were at Haberdasher. It was me and Hail Mary Sports. We met up with football analyst and Marcus. Got to see some of the PFF guys. That was cool. But yeah, no, it was called Ghost in the Machine. It was a New England brew. Golly, it was delicious. It was so delicious. Probably the best thing I've ever tasted. Boo, boo. I always forget you're skinny. I'm not skinny. I'm average. But I'm trying to put them gains on. Watch out. I used to be. I didn't used to be jacked, but I used to be able to push some mean weight. Now I push those Crunchwrap Supremes. You think one day we got to see FCS Power, North Dakota State versus Alabama, Ohio State? Maybe. But there we go. Game-winning field goal. Baylor, SMU going down. Non-conference game, though. SMU could always clap back. Remember, they only had one loss during the regular season last year, too. MSU fan, I'm starting a podcast looking to have some content creators on it. Would you be interested in being on an episode? Maybe somewhere down the line. I got to focus on me first. I got to make sure all my content is getting out and whatnot. But yeah, dude, always hit me up. I might be able to make some time. I wouldn't mind. But I do got to focus on my own content and make sure my schedule's in order. But hey, hey, always shoot the shot. Shoot the shot. If I got time, I'll try to make time. We got Jay Ridd. And do you think Caleb Downs is a top 5 pick? He should be. He's a top 5 prospect. But with the safety position, it's just not as valuable, unfortunately. It's not like it's edge. It's not like it's corner. It's not like it's wide receiver or tackle or quarterback. It's on, like, I don't know. Safety's in a unique spot where if you're a rare prospect, much like running back, maybe you make a case for guard. Maybe. Maybe defensive tackle. It's probably, yeah. I don't know, man. It's just hard. You have to be something exceptional at safety because it's also probably one of the harder positions to evaluate just because there's a lot of responsibilities going on. It's not just like you against someone else. There's a lot you're going to have to consider and recognize. And depending on what that safety is being asked to do, you don't know if, like, oh, is that a blown coverage over the top because the safety was asked to come in, or is that a misplay? Like, you could always, you could always assume, but it's like with the offensive line. You don't 100% of the time know what's being called unless you're familiar with the scheme, familiar with typical, like, the tendencies, what they're asked to do. So, but with someone like Caleb Downs, man, he just does it all and he's phenomenal at it. But hey, that's it for me. We will be back for Oklahoma, Michigan. Be ready for it. Maybe I'll change the overlay to some of the picks for the night. But thanks for hanging out with me. If you are on the YouTube, hit that thumbs up before you head out. And we will be back in about 3 hours. Wow, Anthony Hankerson ripping off a big run. Let's go. I like Hankerson. But I'll catch y'all later. Ba, ba, ba.